live with the fourth and final UR Spring Open Qualifier. As always, I am GM667, former Rocket League rep, and now the streamer. And let's have a look at what the teams Manchester could face. It looks like round one, they are facing Hellha Esport, University College Louvain. Actually, I believe these two teams have met before with, and Hellha were actually called UC Louvain, and Hellha won that. I'm not sure if that was last year or I'm fairly sure it was last year. So a chance for Manchester to get their own back. With regards to expectations of their run overall, I think it heavily hinges on whether Manchester will be back to full strength after at least 3 weeks of Xantix not being available. And I think most people who play will get to see the difference, at least in terms of results, with and without Xantix. That new first year for Manchester is really lighting it up. And should Manchester beat Telha, they will play either Iot Lorand or Bournemouth. Considering Iot are the higher seed, and Bournemouth haven't really done that much in SC. They've just been flirty around in Division 2. I would expect Iot to win that one. It looks like we do indeed go into a party. Indeed we do. So look, and should we beat either Iot or Bournemouth in round 2, we'll go on to play either University Esports Hanover or Szczecin Istvan or Loughborough. Loughborough, the number 1 seeds, which, I mean, apart from being spanked in NSE on Tuesday night, that aside, I am somewhat surprised that they are seeded above Warwick, who have performed better than them in NSE and have looked more likely to qualify, although this is the only qualifier that Loughborough have entered this season. I know they did qualify for UR Winter, courtesy of, by most accounts, a fairly easy bracket. As for Manchester, it looks like, at least as far as I can tell, they are missing out on Xantix again. I mean, the hope is that, like, more and more series with Ethan, maybe we'll get more used to playing with each other, started to build up that chemistry and started to get better and better performances. Of course, we've got to wait and see. 4 minutes have passed by. Okay, one of the teams have checked in. It is unclear which team has checked in and which team has not, since I'm not participating because I've graduated. So I cannot see which team has not checked in yet. But this first qualifying round is a best of 3. We'll update the overlay as soon as we can. There we go. And you can't actually see the overlay because we're not in-game on the stream. I just got it ready. And also, let's start prediction. Let's go 10 minutes since the match hasn't started yet, since lobby details haven't been exchanged, since other teams haven't checked in yet. I wonder how long it will be until Helha check in. It looks like the lobby has been made. Okay, Helha have checked in. So it looks like up around 1 will go ahead. I can't lie, I've only started cooking my dinner, I only finished cooking my dinner a few minutes ago, so probably going to be eating that Moa series. Let's switch over to the game. It looks like Helha are lining out with Jox, Eco Damage, and Disvala. I can't say I recognise any of those names, but it looks like they are seed 24 and Manchester to start the tournament as seed number 9, which I think is a bit higher than what I was expecting. With Magic trying to fire towards open goal, but Disvala able to get back. And I think this Helha team are capable of causing Manchester problems if Manchester aren't careful. Sneaker damage gets a touch in the middle, but doesn't really do much. As is there a follow-up? It's dragged wide by Ethan. Can get a second touch down to Magic, but again the shot goes wide. Still trying to recycle the play, but Jakey is able to get it into a corner. Ethan follows up, trying to get better with Disvala, not able to do so as Magic is pitch against the wall, doesn't go anywhere, and instead Helha gets it downfield and Jock's trying to challenge, but Manchester just about doing enough to keep it away. Could set up for Magic, but just a strong challenge. Jox took it away from Jakey. He's trying to go again. Right, sets up for Disala, but Ethan makes a save. But Helha still going. It's a double commit between Jakey and Magic, which could spell trouble. Indeed it does. Just not necessary for both of them to be in that same position and for both of them to go. Need to update the ball, make sure that it is the correct overlay. I don't know why it's not updating in game, or on the stream at least, as Manchester need a goal to at least take this first game to overtime. Sneaker damage into middle. It's a demo on Ethan. Still going, but ultimately the ball goes away from him. And now Jakey looking for a pass into the middle. As Magic not quite the right position to get on the end of it. He's still trying to go on the second attempt, but instead just can't get there. Now Jox, decent first touch, but Jake able to put in the challenge. Sneaky Dutch looking for a dunk, but Jakey got it under him. But Disvala with a challenge as it drops down, and Jox contesting with Magic. Still, maybe a chance to Helha to do something, but Ethan pass to Jakey, and Manchester get the ball clear. Ethan looking to contest with Disvala. Ball doesn't really go anywhere, and Nuku Damage can pick it up, takes it to the skies. It's Jakey up there with him, as now Jock sends it into a corner. Ethan no boost to work with, trying to get a 50, but Jakey decent touch away, but straight to Disvala, makes up for it with a second challenge though, as Magic unable to get there. As now Ethan Jox just beats him to it, while Jakey taking to his own backboard, gets a second touch, looking to keep it going with their dribble, as Disvala opts to go right at the last second. does pay off, and Manchester, it looks like they're being frustrated by Helha's composed approach to defending all these balls into the middle. As Magic, can he follow up? Jocks is always going to get there ahead of him. As Jocks again, not quite the greatest touch though, as Jakey shot on but saved by Disfalla. And Magic, that's not the greatest touch. Still trying to get a 50 against Jocks, and now that's into the middle, but Disfalla, it's not the greatest touch, and Jakey able to take control. He's trying to get a 50, but it's a strong challenge. And now Magic looking to play the pass, but his teammate just isn't there. It's just not coming together for Manchester, and I think they will be disappointed by how game 1 has gone so far, although still time to rectify those issues. So it drops down, Magic off the backboard, Jakey's already up, it's on target, and that's in. Manchester equalise, just over 30 seconds left. They eventually find a way through. I mean, they've definitely had a lot of attempts trying to breach the Helha defence. This time they are successful, and these last 30 seconds are going to be crucial for both these teams. And as for Helha being the underdogs in this series, I mean, it was a dream start for them, but conceding relatively late on is going to be a sucker punch for them. And how they react to this is going to be key for them, not only in this game but for the rest of the series. As Magic off the wall, sneaker damage, it's on target, Jakey makes a save, as Ethan towards the ground, but Jocks, the shot is wide, and we have overtime in this first game. Have updated overlay, so now should be working properly. To corner it goes. Magic is up, but it's a scuff shot. Ethan gets a hold. Now Jakey, no one back, but just can't get around it. As it drops down, Magic trying to contest with Nico and Jocks. Ethan into middle, gets a bump, but Jakey doesn't go. I must say, it is hard to eat and cast at the same time, as Jocks just loses control at the last second. Jakey sends it forwards. It actually works out as a nice back pass to Disfalla, but he loses the ball to Magic, so it's into middle. As Ethan just not quite there. And now Helha trying to counter-attack, but all three Manchester players are back. As Magic towards the backboard, sets up for Ethan. So that one cleared by Disfalla, and now Jakey, but you could damage him away. As looking to play it into middle, as Jakey able to make the clearance, and now Magic 50 against Jocks. Jocks is still there though, and another 50, this time against Jakey. Oh, Helha started to build something here, as Jakey off the backboard. Ethan opted not to go, but this time goes up high, as Jakey not quite able to get there, and Nico damage makes a block. Jakey looking for back pass to Ethan, able to dodge a bump, and got there ahead of Jocks, and now Jakey at Disfalla made the challenge, and now Ethan passed to Magic, but it's just behind him, and Manchester in trouble here as Disfalla going for a challenge. Magic plays it back into a corner, Jakey helps it on, and back to Magic, and they are able to get themselves out of that sticky situation. As now 50 gets Nico damage from Jakey, goes into a corner. It's Magic looking for a drop down. Nico damage, strong clearance away. Now Ethan, there's a pass to Jakey. Shot on, off the bar and saved by Disfalla. And Manchester come again. There's a bump and Jakey forces it home on the line. as it looks like Manchester players are requesting a remake for the lobby. Not sure if maybe they just didn't feel comfortable, as it looks like the Manchester players are vacating the lobby, and the Hellha players follow suit. At least it gives me a bit more time to finish off a curry that I cooked earlier. As we have Zoldy in the chat, was playing on the team last year. Don't know if he's still about this year. I don't really know if he's played all that much. But Manchester winning what was a very close first game. What curry is it? It is chicken tikka masala. Just the usual. Alright, nothing too fancy. But it is nice. It gets the job done. Speaking of getting a job done, that is what Manchester will be hoping to do in the second game. As it's floated high into the middle, as both teams taking rather a long time. Charges that will cross the face of goal, but no one went to contest. Selha trying to play it down the line. Jakey lets it roll to her backboard, gets it ahead of Jox, and a second touch, but Desvala there to challenge. But Jox towards goal off the post. Big chance for Helha to get a goal. It's not quite taken. As now Magic off the bar. It's both teams striking with one work with their first attempts. Actually, that was Helha's second shot on goal. But drops down. Still in a dangerous position. Nikodic completely misses. But Jock's still able to get clearance away. Now Magic off the backboard. There's no follow-up though. It's Ethan out towards the wall. Magic tries to chase it up. Goes middle. Is there a bump? No, there isn't. And there's no teammate to follow up either. There's just a bit of a pot shot, but still required the save. But Magic made sure the save wasn't possible on the follow-up. As Jox thought he did enough, trying to send the ball over to the other side, but Magic read it like a book. That's Manchester taking the lead in the second game as they look for a second, but Magic, last player back, couldn't commit. Otherwise, would have been an open goal for Helha. As now Magic towards the wall. Got a flip reset, but can't do much with it. It's now Jakey looking for their dribble. Ethan takes over with a shot, but it's wide. Jox didn't get there though, and that's got to be worrying for Helha. That such a simple clearance was completely missed. Now Nico damage 50 against Jakey. It's Magic sends it forwards. Jakey tried to help it on, but Disvala put in the challenge. It's now Nico Dutch pass, but Disvala not able to get there. Jakey makes a clearance, but Helha back into the middle. But Magic is a simple save for him to make. But again, Helha putting on the pressure as Trout's coming in for a challenge off the corner. As Magic helps it on, but Jakey can't quite follow up. Still 50 from Disvala. Ball still in the Manchester half as Jock's coming in for a challenge. But while the ball is in the Manchester half, has been for quite some time, hasn't really looked like Helha were going to score from any of his chances. As now Ethan, decent 50, cuts it up for Jakey. No one's back for Helha. That's probably going to be 2-0 as Ethan nabs a goal right at the last second. Just a cheeky bit of stat padding, but could say he has a right to do so considering he created the chance of a goal anyway, so has every right to finish it off, especially considering it was an open net. As Jakey, that's goal number 3 at the near post. Manchester hitting their stride. It's Nico damage and Disbala unable to make the clearance. And Helha things are looking grim for them now. As now, Jakey looking for a pass. Jocks is a decent touch away, but Magic still has it off the backboard, and Jakey off the bar as Ethan opted to delay the challenge. But Disala still able to get something over it. He's still chasing it down. Got the boost, but Jakey made the clearance, and now a shot on from Disvala. But Ethan makes a save, and Manchester clear their lines. Hell had needed that one to go in. Instead, it's goal number 4. Ethan with his second. And that might be game 2. And ultimately the series done and dusted. Manchester eyeing up that upper round 2 match against either Iotros or Bournemouth. The result of that series yet to be determined, as Magic's strong clearance away. And for Manchester, even though it's 4-0 up, just needs that bit of game management, as Magic could yet sneak in, but nuclear damage. Last player back, sets up for Jakey, that one off the bar. But like I said, 4-0 up, just a matter of seeing this game out, and a clean sheet will be a huge added bonus for Manchester. As Ethan looking for a follow-up, it's on target, and Magic able to sneak in there, makes it 5, and surely Manchester are heading to upper round 2, with this last 45 seconds or so being a formality. As Nico Damage gets a flip reset, Telha trying to show that while they have been beaten the series, that they are not to be counted out, and that there may be life for them in the lower bracket. As Jakey getting bumped, and I think both sides know that the result of this series is all but confirmed. As last 20 seconds now, Jakey decent touch, Disvala off target. It's just a despairing challenge there. As that one off the bar, no follow up though. And looks like Manchester will not only see this game out, but also get the clean sheet, which they were unable to do so in the first game. But second time around, we are able to do it, as the Hellha players vacate the lobby and the series, and will be looking to their series in the lower bracket. Have had news that, actually let's have a look to a bracket. Zagreb and Uni of Knots have failed to show up. That is huge news. I don't know if they are just late or if they're just not here whatsoever. For what it's worth, I think Uni of Knots were one of the favourites to qualify. Zagreb failing to show up as well. So let's put the prediction through. Manchester won the series. How many other teams have failed to show up? Giatori failed to show up, but that wasn't making any difference because they were the lowest ranked team in the tournament. Trent failed to show up. So Hellha versus match C. Loser C goes to there. And they will play either Bournemouth or Iotfos. So the result of that series is yet to be determined. It looks like this next series is on Yo Boy Q stream. So it's good to see Manchester getting coverage on the big streams. So mentioned Birmingham B, their series against 20. Actually, I guess just so now we can see how well 20 have done in our bracket, so you can assess whether Birmingham B, what chance Birmingham B have of beating 20. How did 20 get on in this bracket? They actually got a bye, got swept by Uni of Knots, took a game off Portsmouth. Not really sure how much that says about them. Did they enter the second one? I can't see them in the bracket. Yeah, as far as I can tell, they haven't entered the second qualifier. As for first qualifier, did they enter that? Okay, they did. They got swept by Zagreb in round 1, swept Bournemouth, but got swept by Munster, who then swept Delft and got swept by Bath. So it's not really clear how strong Twente are, as it looks like there is a bit of an upset in upper round 1. Southampton losing to Uni of Sheffield. That is big news. As for Iotfos versus Bournemouth, that series hasn't finished yet. Got some more news. Birmingham City have swept Northampton B, which isn't really that surprising, I can't lie. That means that they play York in upper round 2. Phoenix versus Newcastle Lions. That is actually Newcastle's second team. I think their first team have just given up on the season for whatever reason. Rotterdam have swept Limless Linketeers, which is Lincoln's B team. For whatever reason, they have not signed up to NSE. So, not really much about them, other than going off of last season. As it looks like Portsmouth will be playing against Munster in upper round 2 after UWL didn't show up in time. Still waiting on Iotfos versus Bournemouth. Maybe a series is closer than we expected. If Bournemouth win, it would be huge for us, because then we basically get free passage to play Loughborough or Hanover or Szczecin. But either way, it looks like our series is on YouBoyQ's stream. Not entirely sure what the procedure for that will be. Whether it will be any different to the other series that we have streamed. Whether we'll even be allowed in the series. But we have to wait for confirmation on that. What was it? Zagreb versus... That has to be from another qualifier because Twente are playing Birmingham B right now. Okay, it looks like Bournemouth actually took a game off the Iotfos, but Iotfos did win the last game 8-3. So that is quite interesting, I must say. Let's update the overlay. I believe this upper round 2 is a best of 5. And the opponents are Iotfos, the Hungarian team, not the only Hungarian team, but one of the Hungarian teams. I don't have any of those fancy letters, so just going to have to make do. Let Yeah, it's Eotvos Lorand. Let's do the prediction here. Sheffield set. So wait, so that means Junior. I don't know if Zagreb will show up to upper round 2. If they don't, then that is huge for Uni of Sheffield, because they will probably be over 20 or Birmingham B in upper round 3. Right, so let's look to bracket to see any more results. Okay, it looks like that Bournemouth win was a bit of a smash and grab. Oh, it's a bit of an upset. Phoenix, with Reshiram, have lost to Newcastle Lions. It's not a huge upset, but it is fairly notable. Any more results come through? Doesn't look like it. Hanover versus Chechenyi still going. Okay, 20 have beaten Birmingham B 2-1. So that means Birmingham B will play Debrecen, have a lower bracket, but Debrecen have failed to show up. That means Birmingham B might be looking at a forfeit win. Reshiram not playing. Okay, that would definitely explain why they lost to Newcastle's B team. Bracket did us wonders. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It reminds me of like 2.5 years ago in winter 2022, I think. There's one bracket where Manchester got 3 forfeit wins in a row, and they ended up getting to like the upper quarter final and got demolished and got swept by Roehampton and then lost to Rotterdam in lowers. So it looks like both teams have checked in, traded out the death group into an easier bracket and DQs. Really is a dream run. So if you nuts fail to show up and Zagreb fails to show up, you'll probably play 20, and I fancy you to win that. So you go to the upper final to play probably Loughborough, because we are not full strength, and Eotvos will. I don't think Eotvos will do well against Loughborough. I can't lie. Looks like Hanover versus Chechenyi still not finished. Okay, looks like we are going into the lobby. Let's get the overlay on there. Here we go. Upper round 2. And we need to swap the teams around, because it is Manchester in the blue and Eotvos in the orange. How good is 20? I'm not quite sure. We don't need to worry about that. We need to worry about how we will do against Eotvos, the number 8 seeds, which I'm quite surprised by, considering they didn't really do much last season. There's that one off the backbone. Cuts us up for Jakey, but it's a great save by Hevelton. Really keeping Eotvos in the game. Such a huge save early on. Can Manchester come forwards again? RCN booms it downfield. Magic into a corner. Good 50 against Hevelton as Ethan. Decent 50 against Sound. And There's no one trying, but Jakey does go up eventually. 3 players completely miss that ball. Invent sets up for an Iotfos counter-attack. RCN backflipping at the worst possible moment. As Hevelton, I guess we could call that a fake, as Magic just about got there, but got demoed as it sets up as an own goal from Jakey. Iotfos lead. It's a counter-attack down the right-hand side. So RCN played into the middle. As Jakey just tried to cut in, but Invent, it's an own goal. And Manchester thought they went a goal up early on, but instead they're now a goal down. And Jakey, a chance to equalise, but again a save, this time from RCN, keeps the Iotfos in it. And now Magic to play it middle. It's Jakey, decent first touch, now looking to get the chance, but Hevelton makes a save. Not entirely sure if I'm pronouncing these names correctly. As now there's no one back, but Magic just about gets there. Had to cut in front post rotations. As now Magic gets a bump. Ethan, but RCN to the corner, but Jakey gets a shot on, but saved by Hevelton. Iotfos had all 3 players back. As we look to come forwards, Ethan towards the wall. Magic can't follow up, but Jakey's there. Off the backboard, Sound does get the touch towards the wall, but Jakey goes up for it. Ethan just can't get there, and now Magic all his own. The shot's there from Sound. That's the Iotfos up by 2. It's 2 chances for Manchester have failed to take, and Iotfos, it's 2 counter-attacks that have been successful. It really is a tale of 2 teams here. One team that hasn't taken their chances, and one team that has been ruthless in front of goal. Manchester, they've shown that they can take chances. They can create them, they just need to take them. As Ethan towards the backboard, but Hevelton gets a touch, and the second one. Ethan with the 50. Magic, it could be dangerous, but RCN makes a save. Now Hevelton towards the corner. Ethan, it's a decent first touch. Looking to play it middle. It's Jakey not there though. It's that one towards the wall. Drops down. Ethan now Magic not there. It's Jakey forced to meet the challenge. Still the last player back. Magic not able to get there. That's free for Iotfos. That is Sound's second goal of this first game. As there's a bit of a panic, a bit of miscommunication between Jakey and Magic. And the Iotfos, you have to say, are proving their worth as seed number 8. But again, they're having to make these big contributions in defence. It's now RCN looking to play the pass, but there's a double bump and it sets up for Hevelton. That's a 4th goal for Iotfos. As RCN played the pass, even tried to get something on it, and his teammates got bumped behind him. Just set up for Hevelton. That's all 3 Iotfos players getting on the score sheet. But Jakey gets one back. Straight off kickoff. Is there hope for Manchester in this first game? I must confess my curry has gone cold. But that is the least of our concerns. So that double kickoff again that Manchester like to use. As Jakey, decent first touch, trying to fake out Sound, but Sound playing patiently there. Making sure to not be baited into the challenge. Really good play from him. As Ethan, it's not there on the second touch, and Jakey's too late to it as well. Another big chance going begging for Manchester. If we could just put away these chances, then we can come back into the series. But that is their main issue right now. Their ruthlessness in front of goal is not there. It's now Sound into middle. Jakey and Ethan both went for it and both pulled out. But Ethan looking to get a shot on. RCM makes a save. And now might be a demo of the back lines, but it was dodged. Maybe Hamilton just didn't make contact. As Magic into middle. Ethan sets it up high. Jakey looking to play it under, but all three Yachtvoss players were back. As 30 seconds to go. There's a bump from Ethan and Magic off the post. And the touch just taken away from Jakey. Got demoed, but it cuts it up for Magic. Just not able to turn in time. Looks like Yachtvoss will be winning the first game. As Jakey strong clearance away. Can Manchester at least ace this last game strongly? At least save this shot. Indeed we can. What about maybe going up the other end? Goes into middle. Hevelton shot on. Saved by Jakey. And Manchester at least stabilise towards the end. As Yachtvoss getting so much right on these counter-attacks. Just been ruthless in front of goal. 7 shots compared to Manchester's first team. 13, sorry. So we do have news that Reshiram is playing. Unless they've rage quit after round 1. As we go to game 2. Yachtvoss having a 1-game lead. And now Ethan. Shot wasn't enough to get the better of RCN. And now ball into middle for Hevelton. Can one of his teammates take over? It's a team bump. As it's a bit of time for Manchester to get themselves out of defence, but instead just can't keep the ball for very long. As RCN towards a corner, and now decent 50 by Magic against Hevelton, and now Jakey towards the backboard, but Sound touched into a corner, and Hevelton able to get the touch towards the wall, but it sets up for Ethan off the bar, and Magic on the goal line makes sure that it goes all the way, and Manchester have the first goal of the second game. And finally they put away a big chance. And is that a sign of things to come? Have they turned the tide? Are they getting back to their usual selves? Might be too early to tell, as there's a chance for Jakey's in open net. That's 2-0. It's another big chance, as it's all falling apart for a Yachtvoss. Such an unfortunate touch from Sound, to be fair to him. I mean, goes without saying, would have been better off either just getting a harder touch towards the backboard or just leaving it all together. As that touch caught his teammates off guard as well. A chance of Magic, but the bounce does not go his way. Jakey went as well and missed. And that's Ethan against the post. The clearance does come through. Not very far though. And now Magic off the backboard. But Hevelton, strong clearance away. And now Sound towards the backboard. But Jakey is dangerous. And Hevelton, good save by Ethan. Manchester keeping their 2-goal lead as Yachtvoss getting a couple of chances of their own. Ethan sends it downfield, but Hevelton contested with Jakey in there. Sets up for Sound, looking for a light touch to RCN, but RCN doesn't get there despite demoing Jakey. As a touch towards the corner. Now Ethan looking to play the pass. It could still find its way to Jakey, but the save by Sound as it drops down. And Magic shot on and in to the top corner. That's the sort of quality that you want to see from your future Rocket League rep. As Magic is the only one that's applied for next year, but he's looking to take the reins from Ethan and to lead by example. As now Sound picks up the loose ball off the corner, tries to play it middle, indeed he does. Absolutely perfect pass from Sound, and he'll love the sound of a ball going all the way over a goal line and Hevelton converting that chance. As the Yachtvoss at least have something to work with in game 2. As it drops down, Sound touch not quite right for him, as Ethan just not quite able to get on the second touch. It's now Magic sends it downfield towards the corner as RCN is straight to Hevelton, but now it's against the backboard. Does get the touch ahead of Ethan. Magic, sorry, but might be losing track of players, I can't lie. As Jakey drops it down. Pinch between Sound and RCN, I think it was. As Ethan and Magic both go to the same ball as Jakey, last player back, has to get the challenge right against Sound. Indeed he does. And this game 2 coming a bit frantic all of a sudden as all three the Opvos players well into the Manchester half. They do have time to rotate back as Magic, it's a rather aimless ball towards the corner. Hevelton able to dodge the demo as decent 50 finds its way to Sound off the wall. Novice teams are there to follow up, and now Ethan off the corner, unable to get the second touch, sets up for Magic though, off the wall, tried to play middle but just unable to get the touch, and Ethan opted to stay back. The right decision in the end, looking for a second touch, he does find it, Jakey's there, and it's off the corner. Is there a Manchester player contesting? There is. Magic with a 50 off the wall, now Jakey. Sound able to block the shot, and now Ethan looking for a pass. It comes back to him though, as it drops down. Minute and a half to go, as Manchester pushing for that fourth goal. Just doesn't happen that time. As now Magic, good touch. Ethan is lurking upfield. It's off the backboard, but Hevelton able to make the clearance as it drops down. It's RCN towards the backboard, but Jakey strong clearance away. It's a loose ball between Ethan and Sound. It's RCN able to pick up pieces, but strong challenge by Jakey. Hevelton, last player back. Now it sets up back for Jakey as it's just too high for any of the Manchester players to put it away. And now Ethan towards the backboard. RCN gets a shot off the bar, and Hevelton there to follow up towards the bottom corner. It's Ethan. His touch maybe not quite what we would have wanted, but the bounce working so well for a Yacht Boss off the bar. And Hevelton again, the player, the right place to follow up. That's a Yacht Boss' second, and now are they starting to believe that they can overturn a 3-goal deficit as it drops down as Magic gets a shot on, there's a bump, and the 2-goal lead is restored. They needed that, because the Yacht Boss were coming back into it. The tides were starting to turn, but Manchester have halted their advances. It was Magic, that's his hat-trick now. And 45 seconds left. There might still be life left for the Yacht Boss, despite that sucker punch. And it's important that they don't lose their heads, as there's a lot of visitors left to be played, as challenged by Hevelton against Magic, and now RCN into the middle, but Magic was always going to get there first. Now Sound, Jakey to Magic, looking to play the pass to Ethan, and that's 5. All 3 Manchester players combining, and that's now Ethan getting on the act. That's his first goal. All 3 Manchester players have at least 1 goal. Such an improved performance. It goes to show what Manchester are capable of when they take their chances. As now Ethan, Hevelton just got there ahead of him, and now Magic, it's off the back ball from Sound, can't quite get the second touch, and now Ethan, it's dangerous into middle, Jakey gets there, that's goal number 6. As Manchester come roaring back after those 2 goals from the Yacht Boss. And that has surely wrapped up game 2. As got dim sum in the chat, Spaff qualified for our previous qualifier. As actually, let's have a look at a bracket. Let's have a look at a bracket. Why is it not tabbing out correctly? Okay, there we go. Let's have a look at a bracket. Uni of Zagreb have failed to show up, so Uni of Sheffield are through to the upper semis. Loughborough currently play against Chechenyi. Union Ox against 20. Warwick against Newcastle B. York against Birmingham C. Delft against Rotterdam. Portsmouth versus UWL hasn't finished yet. So back into the game we go. I don't know why it's showing 0-0 on the overlay. Should be showing 1-1. Don't know why it's doing this. Hopefully that fixes it, as we can go into game 3. Indeed it is, with the series hanging in the balance for both teams. It's finally poised, as the Yacht was winning game 1 comfortably. In game 2, Manchester came roaring back. So game 3 is so important for both teams. It's now Ethan. Jakey towards the corner, but Hevelton had time and he used it to his advantage. And now the shot on, saved by Magic. Bit of a hairy moment for Manchester early on. RCN still going, it could be all the way in! As Magic just tripping over at the post. So Yacht get the first goal. It's a fake on Ethan, and Magic just got his approach all completely wrong. But Yacht lead, and Manchester is going to be a rough goal for them to concede. But Ethan going to get his own back with a fake. He's looking to get 50 against Hevelton. Sets up for Magic, and now Ethan going for a demo. It's Magic still going. Jakey off the corner, drops down. Hevelton is there. Jakey, that wasn't the wisest move, committing to that on 0. That's very nice back pass to Sound. It's all the way in. What has happened? Ethan just stood still. The shot should have been saved. He was expecting Magic to go, and Magic thought Ethan had it. That is a calamitous goal to concede. Just cannot get away with that. And the Yacht Boss, the gift of the second goal. Now can Manchester come back? It's a good save by RCN as Hevelton towards the corner. Now Sound. Ethan able to intercept, looking to play a pass of his own. But RCN strong clearance away as Magic forced to retreat back. As pass to Hevelton towards the corner into middle, but Jakey with the clearance on 0. And now Magic, not great to touch. Ethan follows up though, and Manchester at least clear their lines as Magic charged in. Hevelton was always going to come out on top there as Jakey played the pass to Magic. That's one back. Brilliant stuff. Delayed for drop down. The Yacht weren't ready for it, but Magic was. That's Manchester getting one back in this third game. This oh so important third game. A Sound takes to the skies. Flip reset. Maybe a chance to his teammate. As that one's off the bar from Hevelton. And now Jakey didn't realise he had that much time. And now Magic towards the corner. It's off the corner. Still going. But Hevelton able to get the touch away. And now Ethan towards the backboard. RCN strong clearance away. Now Magic plays a pass to Jakey off the corner. But there's no follow up. And now Ethan just about gets enough on it. Very uncomfortable situation for him. And is there anyone back for a Yacht? There is. RCN holding it down all on his own. Getting on then to a pass now. As to play it middle. That's a great save. But Hevelton off the post again. And Manchester continuing to live dangerously. And now Magic cuts it off a Sound. Manchester need to get the ball away. They need to stop getting it away to the Yacht Boss. And now charge by RCN. Hevelton as Jakey off the backboard comes back to Sound though. But Jakey gets it further away. And the 50 against RCN. Manchester finally get out of their own half. And Magic completely misses. Jakey, good challenge though. And now Ethan, he gets ahead of Hevelton! And there's an equaliser. So important. He had to get that right. He was able to turn back towards a chance. Get a shot on. ahead of Hamilton. And that's Manchester equalising. And those 2 goals he conceded were so sloppy that you have to say they have earned their equaliser. They have earned the right to wipe out the Yotfoss's lead. But we have more defending to do. It's a decent 50. Comes back to Soundvo, but Jakey strong clearance away. And now Hevelton. No Yotfoss players there to follow up. And now Jakey. Magic. Sound, it's a decent touch. So it drops down. Magic looking to take control of it. Off the wall. Got a flip reset. Can't do anything with it. There's a team bump. And now it's off the bar. Is there a player to follow up? Sound is there. That's 1 minute to go. Ethan looking to play the pass. Jakey not quite there though. And it's off the wall. Sound does get the second touch. And now Jakey forced to retreat back. Picks up a 100 boost. That could be useful. But RCN shot off target. Now Magic. 2 players commit for a Yotfoss. And Hevelton chooses not to go. Would have had a decent chance of a shot had he gone. Maybe the Yotfoss don't want to run the risk of leaving themselves open at the back. 30 seconds to go. This game 3 hanging in the balance for both teams. 50 straight down. Jakey, that's not the greatest touch, but Magic there to make the save. And now Hevelton off the corner. It's off the backboard. Sound not quite able to get there, but Magic is just about away from him. And now RCN play the pass, but Jakey strong clearance away. 10 seconds left. Yotfoss. It's Hevelton there to play the dribble off the wall, but Magic, it's on target. Sound gets a touch off the corner. Jakey, pass to Ethan, back to Jakey. Is there a follow? No, there isn't. RCN clears his lines and Magic drops it down. And this is proving to be incredibly lively as we go to overtime. And now Jakey off the backboard. RCN making a clearance. Magic reversing up the wall. Still able to make something of it. And now Ethan off the corner. Jakey. But straight to Hevelton. As it's towards the wall. RCN off the corner. Magic, not the greatest touch. And now it sets up for RCN. Saved by Jakey. And Ethan gets it further away. But Hevelton towards the wall, gets the second touch. Magic got very ahead of Soundvo. Is there a Manchester player to follow up? Ethan's tried to go, but RCN was always good to get very ahead of him. And now Hevelton makes a save. Again. This overtime starting just as regulation ended. Lots of chances for both teams. Both teams playing dangerously. Both teams hanging on. Both teams generating chances. As Jake hits a rash challenge and it could be made to pay the price as double commit between Ethan and Magic. It does work though, and now Magic able to get on the end of it, but instead there's a challenge from one of the Yotfoss players. Now Jakey against RCN. Jakey comes out on top, and now Hevelton has enough time, but Ethan able to get the touch. And now RCN, it sets up for Hevelton off the backboard, and now Jakey, strong clearance forwards. As now Ethan, Jakey not able to get there, but Sound makes a clearance, and now Magic into the middle, but Sound strong clearance away. Hevelton low key upfield off the backboard. Jakey, decent first touch, looking to try and control it, gets ahead of Sound and over RCN, but Hevelton is back, looking to play it back to Sound off the backboard. RCN, but Ethan made the challenge, and now Magic gets his own corner. Hevelton is off target. Still, both teams searching for that elusive goal. There's a team bump from a Yotfoss, but still the shot comes through from Hevelton. It's that bit of quality. Prove the difference. Even not quite able to make the save. Another team is back to cover. And Yotfoss. And you have to say, what a game that was for the neutrals. So much action, so much drama, so much entertainment, and the Yotfoss just about come out on top. As for Manchester, how do they come back? Because We look to be in the ascendancy for a decent portion of it, but just the follow-up's not quite there. Two 1 to Iotfos as we go to game 4. Now Magic. Let me set. RCM makes a save. Hamilton. RCM trying to get to the no one challenging for Manchester. As Magic makes a touch. Hamilton back into the middle, but Ethan there to repel it. Just not quite able to get a second touch ahead of Sound. And now Jakey forced to go alone. RCM to get a touch away from him though. So it looks like chance for Ethan, but Hamilton made the block. Now Magic a bit of time to work with. Does get the touch, and now playing waiting game against RCN. Pass to Jakey off the corner. Hamilton does get the touch, and now Ethan playing the pass. Magic has turned on it off the bar. Big chance of Manchester goes begging. Is it a repeat of game 1? As Jakey opted not to follow up. Just about got enough on it. Now Jakey, good touch. Plays it middle, but no, his teammates are there. Still got a decent pass, but Magic gets behind him. And now Ethan got 50 by Hamilton. Now Sound off the backboard. Magic goes up. Jakey not able to do anything with it, but Hamilton's caught lacking as that one off the backboard. Magic tried to follow up, but Sound able to get the touch. And now RCN, decent pinch, but Ethan made the challenge as it's off the wall at the midfield line, halfway line I should say. As RCN, strong curves away, does bounce off the ceiling, but Ethan read the bouncer. And now Jakey off a wall, looking to play the pass. Magic shot on, but it's just off target, and Iotfos had it covered. And now towards a corner from Ethan. Sound looking to play the pass. RCN turns away, opting to not leave the goal open. Decent touch, but still Hamilton playing it to Sound, dropping down, back to Hamilton, but Magic makes a save. As Ethan, decent clearance. Magic leaves it to Jakey, off the wall. Maybe a chance for Magic to go for it. Off the backboard. Ethan going up. Drops it down off the bar. And Jakey's there to follow up. Manchester have first blood in game 4. As the defence on Iotfos not quite there. Sound tried to make the challenge, but as soon as the challenge wasn't made, there's going to be an open net. And Ethan thought he'd scored, but set up for Jakey instead. As that one is an own goal. Manchester gifted a second. Iotfos will not want to watch this back, specifically Hamilton. I don't even know if the initial shot was on target, so the magnitude of a blunder is yet to be determined for Iotfos. But the kickoff's worked again. That's 3-0. Ethan does get his goal. That's actually a second. Kickoff working, Jakey won it so well. He has a bit of a ones main, and that skill set transferred itself well to that scenario. Now, how do Iotfos come back from this? As RCN, Magic, decent touch, still looking to take control, even though he has 0 boost. And his boost again got robbed by Sound. Now Ethan, decent touch into the middle, and now Jakey, shot on, it's in! Despite 2 defenders being back, neither of them could reach it. And that's a 4th for Manchester. Looked like RCN should have been able to make the save, but just got the approach wrong. And it will take something truly calamitous for Manchester to throw away this game 4, as it's a good save by Magic. Now, Everton, it's a decent back pass, and Sound, last play back against Jakey, does get there ahead of him. Minute and a half to go. It's floating towards Hamilton. RCN off the corner, doesn't get the second touch. Hamilton there behind him. Now Sound, it's on target, saved by Magic, but Sound is there on the follow-up. The Opvos at least get a goal in this game 4. Is it too little too late? In hindsight, I think Ethan had that save. There's no need for Magic to go. Just creating problems for themselves. But now the Opvos winning the kickoff. It's Hamilton. He has options in the middle. Doesn't find any of them. Austin getting bumped. Chance for Manchester to counter, but Hamilton made the touch. Back into the middle. RCN, Jakey, good 50. But RCN stood up strong to make the save. It's dropping down. That's off a post. Sound doesn't get a second touch. It's Jakey rotating back. Plays it to his own backboard. It's actually a very good back pass to Magic. But now RCN. Hamilton getting a bump, but doesn't lead to anything. As Jakey tried to take it forwards at 0. It's Hamilton completely missing. But RCN sets it up, and Ethan makes a save! Despite that wicked deflection. Now Jakey is bouncing dangerously as Sound looking to play the pass to Hamilton. It's just bouncing dangerously. And now RCN, last player back. Magic, outfield to Ethan. Looking to play it back into the middle. Indeed he does, as a bump on Hamilton. But Sound able to deal with it. Off the backboard. Hamilton off target. And we go to game 5. This series has everything. Both teams, so much attacking intent. As looks like everyone's left the lobby, I don't know why. Not entirely sure what the reasoning of that was. But we do go back into the series. This all-important game 5. Manchester were at this point in the last qualifier and lost it to Zagreb. Now it's a different team from Eastern Europe that stands in their way. From a likely upper round 3 match against Loughborough. Likely to be against Loughborough. Although Shichenyi might have something to say about it. As decent touch by Jakey. Ethan off the backboards, but all 3 Opvos players are back. Sound to flip the set, not able to do anything with it. As Hamilton completely misses. RCN, Jakey got something on it. Magic sending it downfield. As Sound takes a boost and takes his time, but Ethan takes it off him. But doesn't lead to anything. And now Magic got there ahead of LCN. Hamilton, last player back, got bumped but still made the save. And now Ethan, straight past Magic, but the save from Sound. It's hard to keep track of what went on there. Such an intelligent pass, but the Opvos still had it covered. They're just playing ultra defensive in this first minute. But Sound help it on. Ethan, 1-1 against Hamilton, but strong clearance away. There's always going to be the touch there. It's now Magic pass to Ethan, but off target. And now Ethan into middle. Jakey, look at pass to Magic! And off the post and in! As all 3 Manchester players involved again. Sound can't quite make the save. And even though his first shot was off the post, he was Johnny on the spot to follow up And that's Magic giving Manchester the lead in this game 5. A Sound got beaten to it by Magic. RCN is back though. Now Jakey looking for a shot, but again, Yotvoss always have a spare player back. They're trying to play a bit more caution. Just making sure that the net isn't open, that Manchester don't have any easy chances. As Jakey takes a boost and goes back. Ball side, he does follow up though, but doesn't lead to anything because RCN sends it downfield. Ethan sends it straight back, but the touch from Sound doesn't go anywhere. Now Jakey flicks it towards the side. Decent challenge by RCN. Now Sound does get the second touch. Ethan's ready, off the post from RCN, and the follow-up from Everton. The up back level. Even though Ethan thought he had a touch, but Everton, it's that bounce towards the crossbar which threw them off, put it out of reach for Manchester. And now, let's see how they respond. As Ethan does get the touch. And again, pass to Jakey! Into the top corner. That's how you respond to losing your lead. In a game 5 as well. And the top corner as well. Not only the initiative to challenge early, but the placement. Right on half time. Manchester restore their lead. But can Yotvoss? We do go up over end. RCN looking to play it middle. And Hamilton off the bar and in. Yotvoss have a response of their own. Jakey not quite able to intercept the pass. Magic not quite able to make the save. 2 moments where farm margins just didn't line up. Fine margins. As with against Sound, it could be dangerous as Ethan and Jakey both going. RCN. Jakey able to catch it so nicely. As Ethan got bumped, got set up for Sound. Off the backboard, Ethan pass to Jakey, helps it further on. RCN backflip, still able to get something on it. 50 against Jakey. Does halt Manchester's progress, but Magic gets a demo, looking to play the pass. Does hand its way to Jakey. RCN completely misses, and now Sound pass to RCN, but Jakey makes a block. Now Ethan can't quite get there. Now Sound pass to Hamilton off the backboard. Jakey does get something on it, but no boost. It's going to be difficult for him to do something here. Because Magic still challenging. Now Ethan looking to play the pass, but no, his teammates are there. And the ball goes back into Manchester's half. Now Jakey looking to take time, taking the ball into the air with an air dribble off the wall. Magic has missed. Sets up for Ethan though, off the backboard, but Sound able to make the clearance. And now RCN got the touch. And now Jakey does just about does enough. So straight down off the corner. Jakey trying to reverse into that and cuts out the pass from RCN. But Hamilton back off the backboard, back off the post, and Magic makes a clearance. And ahead of Sound, Manchester can counter-attack here. It's Jakey, but Hamilton made the challenge. And now Ethan off the wall. Just over 30 seconds to go. Now the challenge, it's into middle. But Hamilton back towards the wall. But Magic back on it. Now Jakey has to chase off the corner. Can he still get it though? No, he can't. It's Ethan against RCN. And now Sound to get it forwards. RCN. That's not RCN, that's Hamilton. And now Magic out towards the corner. RCN off ball, 0 boost. Decent challenge against Ethan. Now off the corner, it bounces. We have overtime in game 5. Manchester truly undone by an overtime in game 3. Will we have success at the second attempt? Magic off the backboard. Ethan, follow up and in! Manchester go through to the next round. Absolutely incredible stuff. They fought so hard. So many passing plays. This one was the most important of them all. Absolute cinema in this upper round 2. Manchester progress. They set up a blockbuster tie against Loughborough, who swept Szechenyi in their series. And now we pull out, see what the points are. No one made any predictions. Manchester's upper bracket run continues. I'll tell you what, that series really delivered as far as entertainment value goes. Let's have a look at how the bracket's going elsewhere. So that says it's yet to be... Okay, it has been reported. See, Warwick have beaten Newcastle beat in Game 5. Warwick have beaten Birmingham Sea. Rotterdam have swept Delft. Portsmouth versus Munster is still going. And even lower bracket matches. Hull have beaten Bournemouth but lost to Delft. Birmingham Sea currently play against Southampton. Newcastle B playing against Birmingham B. Northampton B getting 2 forfeit wins in a row to set up a match against Phoenix. And now Iopvos will play against Lincoln B. Szechenyi are now playing UWL. Manchester can beat Loughborough. Not to be a downer, but Manchester could have done with losing that. What makes you say that? Because, to be fair, had Manchester lost, they would have been playing Lincoln B, and then Szechenyi or UWL, and then probably York. But now that they're against Loughborough, if they lose, they will play against either Birmingham C, or Southampton, or Newcastle B, or Birmingham B. So it depends which side is easier. Not gonna lie, Manchester can beat Loughborough. It would be quite the way to avenge that crushing defeat in NSE. And as Loughborough are the number 1 seed in this bracket, it would be quite the result. Just waiting for that series to go through. Indeed it does. Now we're just waiting for teams to check in. Start with prediction up. Put your points on if you want. Have the teams checked in? Indeed they have. Now let's see. Because that result against the... to be fair, it's not necessarily a result, but more the manner of results. That is probably the most impressive aspect of it. The grit and the determination to get through in Game 5. believe the lobby hasn't been made yet. I think there's just that one up around 2 match that has yet to finish. A couple of around 2 matches that are just starting out. Got Birmingham C versus Southampton, Newcastle B versus Birmingham B. Yes, that is Newcastle's second team. I believe it is Nitro, Synth and Lox on the first team normally. Or is it Nitro, Synth? Either way, Newcastle Lions are the second team. And to be fair, they were able to go very close against Warwick. And they meet again for the third time in 2 weeks. Seems to be some delay in starting the series. Let's see. Can Manchester avenge the crushing defeat that they suffered in NSE last Tuesday? Can they banish those memories of being traumatised by the passing plays they concede straight away? Not sure if this is the same Loughborough team that lined out on Tuesday, but it is Turbo with a flip reset, snuck in off the crossbar. It is Turbo, Crocky and Young Soup. I believe that is the same team they fielded in NSE on Tuesday that got them to the Challenger Bracket final, guaranteed top 10 overall. And now Jakey, chance to counter-attack, can he find Mangle? But Turbo closes it down. I believe this might have been the Loughborough team from last year that overachieved and qualified for the UR Spring that never happened and finished third in NSE. If my memory serves me well. So Loughborough going back to what worked last year, and we have seen an improvement in terms of results, to be fair to them. As there's a chance of Manchester counter-attack, but Young cuts out the chance. Like I said last Tuesday, it's not Young Poop Soup anymore. He's dropped for Poop, and it's just Young Soup from now on. As Magic missing that touch off the wall. Crookie going for a flip reset on target. Jakey makes a save, and now trying to get the flick ahead of Young Soup. Now Crookie playing to middle. Jakey back pass to Ethan. Manchester trying to build something here, but Turbo able to cut it out. And now straight down the other end. That's 2-0. Manchester just banking on that attack going somewhere, just didn't. Jakey caught 2 for forwards, likewise the Magic. So that's 2-0 Loughborough. Now, the shot but saved by Ethan. Involved again. Jakey flicks it on, but Crookie got there ahead of Ethan. His Magic closes down Mangle. Nice pass to Turbo, but it's blocked. But still have the ball firmly in the Manchester half. Second touch from Crookie still keeps the chance alive. Jakey gets a pinch. Turbo gets a demo. And Manchester can never really seem to go that far. As Turbo gets you a fake, Ethanson well into the Loughborough half, and Young Soup looking for a pass, looking just a little bit late, still able to make something of it. It's now it's a decent 50. Jakey does get the touch. And now Ethan is a decent 50. Youngsu looking for a pass. Does find Turbo off the backboard. And Jakey gets there despite Magic not being able to. Now Ethan leading the charge into the middle. But Trucky was on the backboard. Pretty much on patrol to snuff out the danger. As Magic going for a demo, and it's in! A looping ball from Ethan finds its way through, but it was all down to Magic sniping the last defender. As Manchester have a goal back. And can they build on it? Or will Loughborough come roaring back with a goal of their own? So they do try to do exactly that. Decent clearance. As ball now firmly in the Loughborough half. As Magic gets a shot, but saved by Youngsu. Starting to look a bit more lively now on the side of Manchester as two players commit. It could be all the way in from the save. Absolutely miraculous stuff. It's a pitch between Magic and Jakey. Sends it from their goal line all the way over Loughborough's. And what a way to equalise. Far from conventional, but oh so effective. Just maybe not expecting the most direct route. As Manchester almost found the lead, but instead they get tasted from it's off the post. But Ethan makes the clearance. Looks like Loughborough are going to strike back. But instead, as Turbo has a chance. And they do indeed get that goal that they've been looking for. As Ethan not quite quick enough to the challenge. But Magic not quite anticipating a shot from Turbo. And it's just a lot of near misses culminating the ball going through. And 30 seconds left. One last chance to steady the souls. One last chance to take it to overtime. But no one's back. Turbo with the easiest goal that he will score all tournament. As they full sent it. Jakey missing the touch, and his teammates banking on him making that touch. It's just all gone wrong in this last 40 seconds for Manchester, despite looking like springing a comeback. For us, encouraging signs, you have to say. And the margin of defeat this game is less than the margin of defeat they suffered in Game 1 against the Yotvos. But I do have a sneaking suspicion that Loughborough have that bit more quality. So they tried to get a fifth right at the end. Dropped the poop. Should have dropped the soup and the yum to just leave poop. That would probably be a Streets Won't Forget name in European University Rocket League. As we go to Game 2. Loughborough winning the first game, despite having a bit of a scare. As it's a bit of physical play by Ethan on Youngsu. And now Jakey. To get a second touch, but Youngsu won't let him have it. I don't know why I'm just so used to saying Yum Poop Soup, so I was gonna take a bit of getting used to how to say Yum Soup with the absence of poop. As Ethan dropping down, but Crookie able to play it back into Melbourne. Jakey shuts it down. Now Youngsu. Decent 50 against Magic. And Crookie, Ethan shutting it down. And the bump sets it up. It's Crookie, I'm not sure if he's the one that stole it right on the goal line. But Loughborough proving that they can play dirty as well. And now Ethan has to scramble back. just about gets there ahead of Yunsu. Now Jakey's still going, but Turbo has it under control. Now Ethan takes it high up the wall, looking to play middle, but Crookie has a second and third touch off the wall. Jakey to his own backboard. Has no challenge from Loughborough, just delay it as it goes back to Manchester half, drops down dangerous. Yunsu across the face of goal, but neither of his teammates are there. Manchester maybe a chance for a counter-attack as Jakey has a good flick, either going up for it, but Crookie is always going to get there first. And now Yunsu past to Crookie off the backboard, but nothing doing after that. Just Turbo off the ceiling. Now Ethan, Crookie into middle. And now Magic towards the right hand side, but neither of his teammates are there. It's a bit concerning that his passing plays aren't linking up like we'd have hoped. As Jake gets an optimistic challenge as Yunsu completely missing a ball. It's Turbo off the backboard. Crookie following up on the challenge. It's Turbo playing in middle. Now Ethan and Magic on the same ball, but Magic taking control. The net is open, but Yunsu diving across to cut out the challenge as two players commit. It's a free ball for Ethan. What can he do with it? Can't get it past Yunsu though. Now Magic to take a bit of time, but Crookie shuts it down. There's no one back. Loughborough up by 2. And despite Magic looking like he had control, just dilly-dallying. Just needs to. Sometimes you just need to lump it forwards. You need to stop what's playing out the back. Just get it forwards. See where you go from there. Just don't risk losing a ball in your own half like that. And yes, when it comes off, it's a very good chance to go forwards and test opposition defence. But when it doesn't, it's usually very bad for your team. So risk versus reward, as Loughborough dropping it down. No one there to follow up though. Just playing a bit more defensive are Loughborough. They're looking to hang on to the 2-goal lead. Maybe not necessarily too eager to extend it. That one over for Paris from Jakey. And now, apart from Turbo, not quite enough power to go in. Now Ethan sends it forwards, but Crookie made the challenge. Now, Magic decent touch, sends it forwards. Anyone back for Loughborough? Yunsu tries to close angle off the person Magic, and Ethan there for the follow-up. It looks like another chance was going to go begging. This one was converted. Do Manchester have hope? If it's a consolation, even if we're going to lose, at least we've kept it closer compared to how it was on Tuesday, as Yunsu unable to make connection on that pass from his teammate. But he controls again. Yunsu going up for it. But this time, challenge is made. And now Ethan gets it ahead of Turbo. Now Magic looking to play a back pass. It's not quite there for Jakey, but Magic back on it. Bumps his own teammate though. And Manchester do it this attack, no beyond. Ethan looking to play it into middle. Turbo not quite there. And Jakey not quite there either. Now they have to scramble back. Magic does get the touch. Quite what we'd have wanted though. Sets up for Yunsu. And that's free for Loughborough. 2-goal lead is back to how it was. Magic, you can tell he wanted that second touch. Just not quite able to get it. Where do Manchester go from here? We find themselves most likely 2 goals down. 2-0 down in the series. A couple seconds left. They need to go right here, right now. It's not going to happen. Can they get something 0? No, they can't. So for a 2-0 up. again, it's that 2-goal lead for Loughborough. Just proved to be the difference. We're going to game 3. Loughborough 2-0 up. It's a 50 hits Turbo. Crookie made the challenge. Now, it's a good chance of it. Magic made the challenge. Magic does respawn. Yosu gets a shot. And saved by Magic. It's a big chance for early on. As initial shot trying to get a dunk down and the fob as well. Manchester still keeping the clean sheet so far, but Turblow is in. Loughborough do like their long goals. That one just about on the halfway line from Turblow. Magic playing the pass to Jakey off the bar. That would have been quite something had it gone in. Instead, Manchester forced to go again. Forced to play from behind again. Now, Crookie, good challenge by Ethan. No boost, so has to leave it to Magic. As he's going up for it, but Turbo takes it away from him. But sets up for Jakey. Now Ethan going up for it, but Youngsu, he is able to get something on it. But still works its way to Crookie. As a shot just wide, as a pinch between Ethan and Magic. Not quite a goal this time though. But could be upwards, but now Magic having to scramble back. Just about does enough for now. 0 boost, picks up 100. Now let's play the pass. But now Turbo is the last player back. Takes it away from Magic. Now Youngsu taking time. Jakey taking boost. That one off the backboard. Jakey making clearance, but Turbo intercepts. And now it's on to it's all the way in. Crookie getting that touch on the line, just a good measure. But Loughborough, it's that same old story. Getting a 2-goal lead. And now I assume we will see them sit back again. Making sure to shut up shop. To shut down the chances. As Super, I'm not sure if he was expecting that touch. Still trying to work with it. As pass a bit further behind this time. As it crashes against the bar. As Youngsu rushed in to make the shot. And now Crookie making the save. As Turblo already scored in this game. Can't quite get another goal. It's now Jakey forced to retreat on 0 boost. Magic gets a shot saved onto the post by Turblo. Now Ethan onto the backboard. Turblo cuts it out. But back to Ethan. Jakey's up there with him though. And now Magic pass to Jakey off the backboard. Ethan floating high towards Magic off the backboard again. Jakey trying to challenge, but Youngsup is there. Decent spell of pressure for Manchester, but doesn't lead to anything. It's now Magic getting demoed. Jakey forced to challenge again. Does get a bump. It's just about enough. Ethan made the save. Now Crookie sent it to a corner. Youngsup tried to get there, her Jakey. Not able to do so. And now Magic and Ethan both committed. No one's back for Manchester. Now Turblo. Can he look for Mangle? Does get a second touch off the bar. Big let off for Manchester. And now Magic. It's off top. It would have gone in had he just left it. But Ethan, second chance. It's wide again. Manchester and not taking their chances. It's that same old story. It's been repeated this time. 1 minute left. They need to come up with an alternative ending if they are to stay alive in this series. As Youngsu challenge against Ethan. Magic looked like he was going, but ultimately didn't really get there. As now Yongsu makes a backboard. Crocky arrived late, but nothing on it. As Turbo just preventing E from just looking to try and disrupt and to frustrate Manchester in these last 30 seconds, which isn't a bad idea. Now, Yongsu able to meet the challenge as Crocky finishes it off. That's 3-0, 17 seconds left. I think we can count this series as being done and dusted, as it looks like Loughborough will be one series away from qualification for UR Spring. But what can Manchester do in these last 10 seconds? Can they get a consolation? Magic does make the save. Sets up high for Yongsu. On the backboard, drops down. That is Manchester's upper bracket run coming to an end. We have to continue in the lower bracket. So now, let's look across. As it looks like Uni of Sheffield have swept 20 and are one series away from qualifying. That is huge for them. But yeah, just waiting for that result to come through. It will be 3-0 Loughborough, so they will play Uni of Sheffield in the upper bracket. Portsmouth versus Munster is taking a bit of time to come through. And now, this is very interesting. Birmingham C have beaten Southampton. Birmingham B have beaten Newcastle. So now, it is Birmingham C versus Birmingham B for a chance to play Manchester in the next round of a lower bracket. So this is just starting now. I'd imagine it'll be quite some time before we know which team wins. Elsewhere, Delft have swept Telha. They will play over Hanover or Portsmouth or Munster. Looking like Munster though. Portsmouth are 2-0 up in the series. Szczecin have swept UWL. Iotfos have swept Lincoln B. So that sets up for an all-Hungarian matchup in the lower bracket. So it looks like Warwick have beaten York. So that sets up for Warwick versus either Portsmouth or Rotterdam in the other upper bracket qualification match. Maybe the games are just trickling in bit by bit. Northampton B have beaten Phoenix despite Phoenix fielding Reshiram. That is a bit of a surprise, I have to say. Northampton B doing very well for themselves. Like very, very well for themselves. I'd imagine, so it's Birmingham C versus Birmingham B. I'd imagine Birmingham C will win that to set up a series against Manchester in the lower bracket. Just need those results to come through. Reshiram left, so what? So did Reshiram just not play that series against Northampton B? If so, that would explain the result, because they are not good at all without him. It's almost like that Tovarati team from last season, where it's like Grammar 1v3, except this time it's Reshiram 1v3. I'd imagine it's a bit similar to that. So we've got Birmingham C versus Birmingham B. Manchester play the winner of that. Okay, all three games have come through. All three games have come through there. So it will be Portsmouth versus Rotterdam in the other upper semi-final. that has yet to start. Reshiram not near grammar, but yeah. You get what I'm trying to make. You get what I'm trying to say. It's like similar team composition where one player is head and shoulders above his teammates. It's like those sort of teams they either do really well or really badly. And it hinges on those two lower players where they can pull their weight most of the time. So wait, this side of the lower bracket is looking very interesting. Both sides of the lower bracket is looking very interesting, I must say. So should Manchester beat Birmingham FC, they will play Munster or Hanover or Delft or Twente. Which I would fancy Manchester to win that, I really would. And then they will play Warwick or Rotterdam or Portsmouth for qualification. Lowers is very open so far, yeah, it's definitely true in this case. On the side, it's looking like probably Rotterdam or Portsmouth, they will likely wipe the floor with Northampton B. York will expect to beat Iotvasorska Chenyi, so it'll be York versus Portsmouth versus probably Uni of Sheffield for the other place in UR Spring. So I'd imagine Loughborough will beat Uni of Sheffield, and I'd imagine Warwick will beat Rotterdam or Portsmouth. But it's a long time to go with Lowers being best of 5 at this stage, so we will be taking a break. like we're back for the series. Looks like Birmingham B beat Birmingham C. Very, very interesting. Considering Birmingham B have only just scraped by in NSE at least. I think even without Xantix, Manchester might fancy their chances here to progress in the lower bracket and play either Hanover or Delft or 20. Of course, we've got a long way to go. Right, does that mic sound better? Also need to do the predictions. There we go. Lobby up, just waiting for the opponents. Let's go in game and change overlay. There we go, that should work now. So yeah, it's now Hanover versus Delft. Got Portsmouth versus Northampton B and York versus the Opvos. All going on. Loughborough versus Union Sheffield. Let's see how that's going on. I can't tell because their stream isn't in game. But this is. On the side of Birmingham B, it looks like they are fielding. They are fielding Claudie, Tomo, and Cosmanic. The same team that fielded in NSE, I think. A team that arguably struggled in NSE. Came dangerously close to being relegated on at least one occasion. But they're looking to put their domestic struggles behind them. Now Ethan ahead of Claudie, but Tomo is back to make the save. It sets up for Magic. Jakey took it away from him. Magic got the demo. Could still maybe lead to something. Very nice back pass to Ethan, but Tomo makes a clearance. But it sets up for Ethan, and it finds its way through. It's Manchester winning the first game. Not the first game, getting the first goal. I'm sorry, getting way too ahead of myself there. Not even 1 minute has been played. As it's an interesting double kickoff from Birmingham B. It's Cosmanic off a wall, but can't really get the second touch. Claudie looking to follow up, but loses the ball to Ethan. Now Jakey, 1-1 with Cosmanic, gets a shot on, and that's 2-0 Manchester. One minute has passed by. Manchester already having 2 goals to their name. Lightning fast start. Only 3 shots as well, so proving we can be clinical in front of goal, despite what previous series have implied. Off wall from Tomo, but gives it away to Magic, but decent 50 into the middle. Tomo gets a touch. Ethan actually works out some pass to Jakey, and Magic following up off the backboard. Shot from Jakey, saved by Claudie. And Tomo gets it further away. Now Ethan taking over off the backboard. Is there a follow-up? No. Cosmanic can just clear it away unchallenged. Now Magic gets it away to pick up our loose ball. Claudie's there with him though. And now Jakey again, a challenge from Claudie. He's just not giving it up. Trying to make life difficult for Manchester, but Magic, really nice touch, and that's 3-0. Such lovely close control to get the better of Kosmanic in the middle. And left himself with an open goal, which he gratefully took. How can Birmingham B respond? Kosmanic off the corner, doesn't really lead to anything. Looking to play the back pass, does work out, finds its way to Claudie. But Jakey making a clearance straight back down. Now let's see if he gets his shot. Double commit between Claudie and Kosmanic, but he still make the save. And now it's off the wall. Magic Cup's not to go, leaves it for. There's a double domo from Ethan. Could open up, but Kosmanic was back. Made the save. Now all three Birmingham B players are back. It's Tomo. Not the greatest touch. Jakey looked to a pass, I think it was, to Magic, but maybe Magic just not quite expecting it. It's Manchester 3-0 up in the first game, and the bump to make it 4 from Ethan. As it looks like they're cruising past Birmingham B in this first game. They may have lost to Birmingham C earlier in the season, but they are having no trouble getting the better of Birmingham B. That's a 5th goal going in, courtesy of Magic. There's actually a pass from Ethan to Jakey, and then Jakey laying it off. Again, all 3 Manchester players involved in the build up to a goal. And Birmingham B might have opened it up, but Jakey able to get back. Claude did get a touch, but doesn't really do much. As Ethan across the wall, and now back into the middle. There's Tomo to make the clearance away. Kosmanic and Claude trying to follow up. Doesn't really lead to anything. Now Magic to a backboard, as Tomo does get the touch. As Kosmanic trying to take it further away, but it falls to Jakey, and that's 6. Manchester come flying out the gates in this first game. They just keep on going, getting more and more goals. Maybe need to be careful that they don't use up all their goals in one game, as while it is useful to absolutely demolish your opponents, at the same time goal difference doesn't really factor in these elimination brackets. So while yes, it can be used to emphasise the margin of victory, maybe it needs to be a bit of balance as you go into a final minute. So that one off the wall. Jakey does hold up. Ethan just can't quite help him. Falls back to Magic though. Gets the second touch. Tomo forced to retreat. Leaves it to Claude. He takes a boost. Gets it past Magic. And gets it past Ethan. Gets it past Jakey. And it finds its way through. A goal from absolutely nothing for Birmingham B. Manufactured by Claude. To be fair, there was a challenge coming in from Kosmanic, which maybe threw Jakey off. But I think for Manchester, they need to not get sloppy. Because I think conceding that goal was a bit sloppy. It could have been prevented. And now, Ethan off the backboard. 10 seconds now. And can the Brazil happen? Jakey does get a second touch, but Magic will not be found. And neither will the Brazil. Instead it stays at 6-1 to Manchester in the first game. Overlay wrong, indeed it is. There we go. Let's change, and we've got a raid from you, boy Q. Love the support. I have to give big thanks. Bring in 15 views as well. Really appreciate that from you, boy Q, who I assume his stream has ended for a night. Hope that all his games have gone well, that they've provided a good deal of entertainment. believe he was in there for the Eotvos series. I hope he enjoyed that series as much as I did. Certainly entertaining for the neutral at least. How much further will the lower bracket go? Northampton B have failed to show up against Portsmouth. So that means Portsmouth get a free win. It looks like all those technical issues still going on. I'm not sure how long they have to return to the lobby. Or any more players coming back. Okay, Cosmanic has returned. So we just need one more player to rejoin. And then the series can continue. I would say for Manchester, this is a winnable series. Big chance of both teams. Yeah, true. Actually, I'll just need to be 30 seconds. Okay, we are back. In the time that we are gone, it looks like Manchester have scored a goal, which is nice. It's decent 50 by Magic. The double commit between Tom and Cosmanic has halted Birmingham B's advances on that attack. Tommy does challenge, but a little bit too late, and Magic has control. Even played the pass, but Magic got demoed. Now 50 against Claudie. Cosmanic just about got there. Ahead of Jakey, lumps it forwards towards the backboard. Strong clearance away by Magic. Claudie does make the touch. Minute and a half gone. Looks like Birmingham B are growing into the series. They're certainly looking better, more composed than what they were in the first game. I guess maybe now that they know what to expect from Manchester, that they're starting to find their footing and have grabbed an equaliser. As Tomo, not sure where his extra foot came from, but really impressive indeed. Getting that shot away. That's off a backboard. Cosmanic charge against Ethan. This magic has completely missed. Now Cosmanic off a wall. Jakey very awkward. Cosmanic tried to fight away, but Magic makes a save. Ethan helps it further on. All three Birmingham B players retreat. And Jakey, not really much. Just trying to slow down Claudie there. But still the charge is coming through as Tomo pulls back. Ethan couldn't quite get a second touch. And Magic puts a 50 into middle. Cosmanic onto Tomo, but Jakey looking to charge. And the second one. But Claudie is the last man back. Stands strong. And Tomo got there ahead of Magic. Jakey forced to retreat. Bats goes in his favour. Looking for a second touch. Has time to find it. Doesn't go as far as he hoped though. That's a decent 50. It's Magic. Gets it further on. And now Ethan. Off the post. Cosmanic able to clear. But back into the middle. Ethan sets it up high. But Magic very little push to work with. Back into the middle. By Jakey. Manchester back in front. Just kept playing it side to side. Mid to right. Right to mid. Just recycling possession. Neat and tidy. And Manchester get the lead back in this second game, sorry. Why am I losing track? It's a good 50 from Magic, as Manchester has a Magic will be looking for another one, just to make their position a little bit more comfortable. It cuts it up for Ethan, but difficult position to shoot from. And the shot was ultimately very tame. It's Tomo looking for a ball into the middle, but Ethan will not let it pass. And now he's 1-on-1 with Cosmanic. Claudie putting the challenge off the bar. And it finds its way through to Tomo. But back to Ethan it goes. And he's trying to get there out of Claudie. Does get the bump. He's making things awkward for Birmingham B. As Jakey now to a corner. Still able to get there on zero. And now Magic with a shot. It's just that same old philosophy of keeping going. Keep your pressure on. Just making sure that Birmingham B always have something to think about. And there's a 4 straight off kickoff. Just when it looked like Birmingham B found their footing in the series, Manchester find that extra gear. And the tide is now firmly in their favour. Now Magic, flip resets, but saved by Tomo. Now he's 1-on-1 with Jakey. Jakey is a bit of a ones made, but got beat on that one, and Cosmanic is wide. Big chance for Birmingham B to get another goal, but instead it goes begging. And now no one's back. Claudie is trying to go all the way, but does get a touch. Finds a pass to Tomo. And it's just a switcheroo. Looks like Manchester have a chance to score, but instead they threw everything at it. And Magic out of position. Tomo just lurking upfield, able to get the shot on with no one back. Birmingham B get another goal. I don't know how much it will count for in the second game, but it's something to take home with them. Now Magic, holding down the fort all on his own, is able to get there. That will seal game 2 for Manchester. So again, we have to go for about 30 seconds or so. Hopefully not too long. Just going to ready up. Hopefully, in fact, the delay isn't too long. Alright, game 3. I've come back to it being 1 goal each. I do think Birmingham have gotten better as the series has gone on. We're starting to react to Manchester full sending on the attack a bit better. And we're starting to find those counter-attacks that have really bitten Manchester in the backside over the course of this evening. But Jakey does find a second touch. And now Claudie, it's a vital challenge, sets up for Cosmanic, but now maybe Magic a chance to go over the other end. Claudie hooks it off the line though. And now Jakey trying to find the pass, does find it to Ethan! In off the post! Manchester back in front. I don't know who scored the first goal, but Manchester definitely have the third goal of this game. As it looks like we have one of those view botters which we need to bid off. There we go. As now Cosmanic shot on, saved by Jakey. Magic also went for it. Claudie 0 boost to work with. Tom looking to play it into the middle, but Ethan able to get the challenge. Now Cosmanic into the middle. We can still keep going, but Jakey, what a challenge that is! Proving its worth to this Manchester side again. Absolutely extraordinary. Holding it down 1v3. Manchester still can't get out their own half. As Tomo take it to the skies. This time Jakey does get beaten, but Magic makes a save. Cosmanic back in! Saved by Ethan, and Tomo follow up. Saved again by Ethan, and Tomo again! Again! Blocked by Ethan. And again! Birmingham go forwards. Again it's saved by Ethan. Again it's saved. And again it's off the bar. Absolutely ridiculous. What's just gone on in this last 30 seconds? About 5 chances all for our same player. This time it's taken. Unbelievable stuff. Cosmanic pitch downfield. Back to Tomo. Now Ethan, one ball down. Magic not able to get there. Cosmanic looking to play middle, gets a flip reset. Sets up for Tomo off the post. Sent off over Ethan. Good 50 by Claudie. Not 50, like just good first touch from Claudie. Jakey forced to retreat ahead of Tomo. Now he has Ethan to his left. Can he find him? And 0 boost. Not the touch he'd have wanted. Magic went. Couldn't get it. Straight down. Ethan going up for it. Doesn't have a second touch. Tomo's up nice and high to meet him. Magic, good challenge. And the pinch. Cosmanic forced to retreat. Does get a flip reset. Ethan times the challenge, but now Jakey gets beaten to it by Claudie. Magic making the touch. Got the 50, 0 boost. Just flailing at it for Jakey and Ethan both going for the same ball. Sets up for Tomo. Off the backboard. Ethan makes the clearance. Back into the middle. Pitch by Magic and Jakey. Saved by Claudie. And he's still going. Off the backboard. Saved by Jakey against Cosmanic. Well, Tomo. Chance for one last attack. for Birmingham B. Can they take a game? Ethan has a touch. Nothing happens. We go to overtime. Third game. Birmingham B need a goal. They need to prevent Manchester from scoring. To avoid being eliminated. And now, a stop for backboard. And Magic gets a shot, but saved by Tomo. Now Jakey gets to play the pass. There's her teammate there. He's forced to go alone. He's forced to retreat to get a boost. Now Tomo still going to a bump against Jakey. Now Ethan is able to get a touch. Cos Manny with a challenge, but it's come off Tomo. And Claudine, very awkward. Alpha's own post, it's an own goal. And Manchester win the series over Birmingham B. They will have their heads in their hands. But it was an own goal in overtime that sealed their fate. Now let's shift over to a bracket. Actually, did I do predictions? I did. Pick the outcome of that. So Manchester's lower bracket run keeps going. After beating Birmingham B 3-0, they will play Twente, or Hanover, or Delft in their next bracket in their next match in the lower bracket. Eotvos are beating York. Okay, so Eotvos kind of cooking. And it makes our result against them in the upper bracket that bit more impressive. Right, they are on a bit of a tear in the lower bracket, beating Lincoln B, Szechenyi, and now York. And then they have to play either Portsmouth or Northampton B. As we do see one of the Birmingham B players in chat showing good sportsmanship. And I mean, to be fair, they made it a bit further than, I'm not sure what their expectations were. As Ethan kind of cracked to that series, definitely stepping up with Xantix not being there, making sure that he isn't missed too badly. That's for sure. And there will be a very long wait for the next series, as there's the series between Hanover and Delft, and the winner of that playing Twente before Manchester's next series. I'd imagine it's going to be a very long time, somewhere in the region of about 3/4 of an hour. Got a lot, like I said, a long wait for the next series. I'm not sure how that's going to factor in, how that's going to affect the Manchester players. We have seen teams being burned badly by a long delay between matches, notably UEA in the third qualifier, having to wait about 2 hours for their lower bracket match to be up. But speaking of UEA, they have not signed up to anything this season. Not signed up to SE, not signed up to any of the UL qualifiers. I don't know what's happened to them. Now we need, I guess while we wait we can go to the overlay. Let's do lower round 5, reset the series score. Oh, it's Leibniz, Hanover, or Delft, or 20. Is what awaits us. In the next round, which I think is winnable. They all seem to be okay-ish. I mean, Delft are seed 3. I don't know how, considering their results have been very suspect. But got to worry about Hanover and 20. Not really sure what to make of 20. They got swept by Uni of Sheffield, beaten quite badly as well. Narrowly beat Birmingham B. Manchester lock in. Let's hope so. If Manchester can beat University Esports Hanover, or Delft, or 20, they will play Warwick or Rotterdam. Still waiting on the result of that series. It's 3 series that we're waiting on. Well, actually 2, but like after that it'll be 3. I'd imagine Warwick versus Rotterdam will finish before both of these two. And like there's not going to be much happening until that series and that series finish. Okay, so that was nearly half an hour in. I told you it'll be a bit longer before it's done, and then there'll be another half hour on top of that. So it'll be a long time before we get to see. So yeah, it's going to be a long, long wait. Rotterdam win, is that what it's... I don't know if there's nothing on the site. How have they seeded? Especially below Delft. That is the biggest crime of them all. See, Rotterdam below Delft is yeah, absolute war crimes on the seeding. I mean, not literally, of course, but it's a bit of a mystery there. It's no surprise that Rotterdam have come out on top in that series, considering they are much the better team. I mean, like I said, gonna be waiting a long, long time for 20 versus Hanover or Delft to finish. So I'm probably just gonna throw it to a break. I don't really know if I can waffle for like 3/4 of an hour. So Skipper's Champ hasn't played ranked in ages, and Volto haven't played much. Okay, so I mean, even so, like there are a lot of teams seated above them. That okay, there we have confirmation of the bracket. So Warwick await in the lower final. And they stand between either us or 20 or Hanover or Delft for qualification to UR Spring. Still a long way to go. But yeah, low seed is no problem for Rotterdam, it seems. And that means Warwick, very formidable opponent to a lower bracket. I'd imagine they would expect Rotterdam didn't play. I'm sure they signed up to at least like 2 qualifiers. I'm absolutely sure Rotterdam played like a couple of qualifiers last season because like we got knocked out by them in the last one. Like we got knocked out by them in the last UR Winter qualifier, and they ended up like 1 or 2 series away from qualifying. I think they lost a low qualification match against of the one before against Liverpool, and then Liverpool then lost to I think it was PHG's second team. I can't really remember. So yeah, yeah, still waiting a long time for Hanover versus Delft, and then the winner of that to play 20. It's gonna be like that for a while. I'm 90% sure this is the closest that Manchester have ever come to qualifying. So yeah, so long time. But we have okay. Hanover have beaten Delft, which kind of shows just how ridiculously overseeded Delft are. So they have a series against 20, which is due to start any minute now. Okay, look, it looks like it started, or at least like both teams are checked in. Winner of that, and we will play the winner of 20 or Hanover. Actually, have I redeemed a prediction? Yes, I have. Yeah, it's going to be a long time. I think I'll strand the rest of my curry while we wait, because I still haven't. It's gone cold by now. But yeah, I know what else there is to waffle about, because I got like at least half hour. Probably. I know, I assume that's how long it will take for the series to finish. Alright, yeah. Like I said, not much going to be happening for about half hour. Actually, other side, it's it's going to be Portsmouth or Yacht or Uni of Sheffield. Like that side's a bit of a bloodbath. Like a lot of the big hitters not signing up has led it to it being this way. So yeah, I'm gonna throw to a break because it's gonna be quite a long time before the next series starts. We are back. Series between Twente and Hanover has not finished, despite being gone for nearly half an hour. It is quite hilarious how far that side of the bracket is lagging behind. It really, really is. Actually, we have an invite from Xantix, a missing player. So, I don't know if I have... Okay, I do have permissions to drag. Why will it not? So it looks like we are getting Xantix on the UO and Me Spot stream. As soon as I figured out how to drag into a right call. There we go. Why has that not worked? Right. Second time of asking. Still not worked. What? Okay, maybe they don't have permissions. Or do I just join like this one? But yeah, hopefully the technical issues. Well, it looks like change of plan. While we wait for Hanover versus 20 for that match to finish, don't know how much longer that's going to take. So yeah, I just need like something to fill the gap. That's all it is really.
Migrating.
Hello.
There we go. We have Magic, Xantix, and Zoldy in the VC. So as it stands, Manchester 2 series away from qualification. I believe this might be the closest that Manchester have ever come to qualifying for a UR main event. Do you think you can go all the way?
Nah.
We were raiding the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can't because we're gonna have to 2v3 because we don't know where Jake is. I think he's lost.
He does seem lost.
He's not the brightest spark.
I mean, I did see the private match performance from Ethan. It was not looking good.
Whoa. Okay, stop dropping the hints, bro. They can't know this.
I beat Jake in a move, so I don't think it's gonna go well.
Yeah. I don't know if like the next round opponents are watching. I mean, like they're probably still playing the series, so I think we're safe.
They're 28 minutes
Oh,
in.
speak of the devil.
That's crazy. Oh,
There he
Jakey.
is.
Hello.
Ask Jakey a question. Sandix, that's for you. Ask Jakey a question.
I was gonna say, Xantix, you gotta practice your casting for when we're in game.
Yeah, I mean, like, Jakey, what do you think as a team you guys could do best at? Because, like, you guys aren't looking too good, you know?
What do you mean we're not looking too good? We're winning.
We just need to build back our confidence. We've got to build more team. I feel like
Ethan
we're
needs
gonna.
to.
Yeah,
Bro,
Ethan needs to be
the
more
odd brain.
selfless.
Ethan needs
to be
to
what?
buy a PC really quick so he can
Oh yeah, that's
boost
true.
his score
Should I
and
go over and buy a PC real quick?
and
Get
then
more frames?
and then lower his input delay.
Yeah, that's true. Well, mic delay, really, that's the problem.
Guys, I'm getting controller cam.
I think you
What?
switched to KBL.
You're getting controller cam. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Why? I can't even watch it because I'm on Xbox.
This is revolutionary stuff, Jake.
Wait, did you use Claw? Oh, he doesn't use Claw.
Play turtle.
Turtle.
Turtle, that's
Oh,
not,
yeah.
that's
Crazy
not a
win.
thing.
I can't twist it that way. I am also a white man. Yes.
Alright,
Do you like that, guys? Does that turn you on? I'll go slow.
where's the face cam? Come on.
Nah. I've done
Nah.
my
Oh,
makeup.
he's shy. He's shy.
Oh no.
I turn my light on just to do that.
Who do you think's winning out of this game we're gonna be playing next GM?
Wait, I'm gonna
Uh,
screen share and I'm gonna move to my computer so I can actually watch the game in real time.
Looks like it's going the distance.
yeah. Oh no, it's
What
like
I mean, what 20? Is that how you pronounce it?
yeah, 20.
They got swept by Sheffield, so that's not good news, is it?
What did the other team do? Esport team.
Oh, is it Hanover?
Oh, we're on stream.
Yes, that was that. What?
What are you on about?
Sorry.
Where bloody Hanover are on the bloody bracket? Like I know them, but like where were they? Okay, where were they in the bloody bracket?
GM, do you think we beat Warwick?
I need to
You don't want the
beat
answer
20
for
or
that.
Hanover first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where
one game at a
is?
time.
I think they just started in lower track.
Okay, I found Hanover. They lost to that. I think it's like Shechenyi. Is it pronounced that way?
Oh damn.
Oh, the SZE.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lost to them round 1.
Oh yeah.
Oh, are they the Hungarians?
Yeah. Well, there's actually like 2 or 3 Hungarian teams in this qualifier. There's
Oh,
them.
okay.
There's that team we beat in up around 2, like Eotvos, and then there's Demoderb or Debrecen. They're again Demoderb failed to show up, so yeah.
Disappointing.
Oh, they're playing Portsmouth in the other one right now.
Yeah.
If only we were in the other bracket, it would have been a bit easier.
Now the winner of that plays Sheffield to qualify.
Yeah.
Who did Sheffield lose to?
Loughborough.
Oh yeah, Loughborough.
He would
Mandal.
lose to Loughborough. Ah.
Imagine losing to Loughborough, yeah, jeez.
No, it couldn't be us.
Blame a player, not the team.
Wait,
What?
player.
Wait, what? I thought it was opposite way around.
I was gonna say.
Alright, Ethan, your fault.
What?
Because
Yeah, no.
because you take responsibility as the rep.
That's true. I'll
I
take
think
the
it's my
loss,
fault,
boys.
guys.
It's my loss.
Even though I didn't play.
It was your fault for not playing, that's why.
What did we look for?
This game's really lasted 32 minutes, Jesus. The games feel like they've been lasting forever today. Like, a lot more than
We
normal.
have just waited an hour.
I've just had another Kit Kat.
Another one.
Great casting, great casting.
The casting, there's nothing to cast.
There's nothing going on.
GM, are you going to Birmingham RLCS?
Oh
Oh,
yes,
ooh.
we're gonna have.
I'm-
Have you
I'm
seen
the
that we're gonna
only one
have
that's not going.
we're gonna have backstage access, Jim?
Wait, what? That's
Wait,
news
what?
to me.
One of the guys messaged Reclaimer and was like, "We can give you backstage access." We're like, "What?
What?
Who was it? Magic? He messaged you,
And
didn't he?
shields.
Oh, is he the G2 guy? I think he was the guy that came in and
I don't
spoke
know.
about G2. I think he works for G2.
On what day is it again? It's on in like late
It's
March.
next week. It's next week.
Next
Yeah.
week. Yeah.
Oh, right, no man. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able
It,
to.
it is next late March.
Yeah,
It's number
That's
one
true.
jester on the
Last day.
game.
Wait,
I would go, but I got my dissertation to write, so.
Oh, I'm not. I'm checking privileges. Wait, who's in my party? Ethan. Wait, what? Ethan, am I in your party?
Yeah, you are, but we're not doing anything. What are you on about?
Because I got
Right.
disconnected. Oh, I was
Oh.
invite everyone.
We should cast a show match, yeah, like 2v2.
Yeah.
Where is he?
I'm sure.
Do you think we'll be able to shake the players' hands backstage? It'd be kind of crazy.
Or if any of. I mean, it depends what time we get.
Oh, you like that, wouldn't you, Ethan?
Whoa! Stop throwing the accusations about me.
GM, who's your
Yeah,
favourite
you'd like
team?
to shake people's hands, wouldn't you, you weirdo?
What are you?
You're really quiet.
It's like
Sound
50
like
feet away from the
quiet.
mic.
Wait, am I better now?
Yeah, you were how far away from your mic were you?
How do I don't really pay attention.
He's in a different city.
I
We went to
quickly went to
Birmingham already.
Birmingham to see what it was like.
I got it.
Yeah.
How'd you get back?
Just flew.
I like flu. You know.
Great minds
Alright.
think alike.
Do you have a private jet or a helicopter?
I have my hands.
You flew with your hands. Are you Iron Man?
Are you Iron Man?
Are you Iron Man?
There's a skibbity toilet smeller.
Oh hell no! not you.
What?
Nah, never let
Dude,
Brooke
I
cook
don't-
again.
Oh, yeah, get this guy out of
Like,
here.
no, I changed that before the tournament, and then mid-tournament, Steam just decided to like change it back. Like, I don't know why it did that.
The perspective on the clip was great. It just going flying across the screen as your name changed.
Yeah.
What he was actually.
Yeah.
I need to see that.
And you
I-
scored straight afterwards, didn't you? Or did we
I didn't
really
score, but I
concede?
got like
we, I think we got scored off. I'm not sure. Oh no, the clip cut off like
yeah,
when
with me
like,
outplaying
nothing
like two
happened.
people. No, I outplayed
No.
2 people. All right.
Nah,
Nothing happened from the
Ah.
outplay, but
nothing. Jakey's not there to follow it because he's wasted all his boost.
so true. I think you guys can win if like you guys give Magic the time just to like get his shots. If Magic can like get consistent shots, then you guys win.
Bro, ever since they added the post bounce sound effect, Magic's been pinging the post every single
I've
time.
been doing post crossbar everything.
So, yeah, this is a good
Literally
shot. This is a good shot. Just don't
all
ping the
week.
post.
Magic's
Simple,
already
guys.
missed an open net today, hitting the
Hit the
post.
ball. Score.
It
You know?
hit the bar actually.
No, it hit the post and then you scored afterwards.
All right,
Did you
well
miss
I
another
missed
open
2
net?
then. Yeah.
I didn't know the other one.
Yes, then. That one we did not score off of.
Oof.
I slammed it into the bar, and then we scored about 30 seconds later. But, yeah.
Bro, it's gonna be past my bedtime soon.
Also, you didn't invite me, Magic.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I'll invite you.
I didn't.
Thank
I
you,
didn't.
Ethan.
Refined cat 457. There you go.
It's in Manchester still.
I barely put on my Steam account. I've been playing Minecraft. I've been grinding Minecraft.
Whoa. I reckon you're one of those like Bed Wars sweats.
No, I've been playing like modded.
Bed Wars sweat.
Modded bed wars.
Or Ethan, am I allowed to spectate as well?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Technically, are you? Are we allowed to have 3 people on casting to be in?
We're only allowed like
I've got
one
no
player in the
idea.
lobby.
I mean, I don't even
Yeah.
know how to cast. I'm just gonna let GM say stuff and then just randomly go ooh ee ooh ah ah.
Just start rambling about so random, and yeah, they continue saying
I'll
about
just
so
be like
what
ad
they're doing.
living.
Well, yeah, Jim, you're like Hermit, but like it's just you.
Oh yeah. So does that mean no one else can get in?
Well, so I can
They
like
could
stream
DQ
to.
us, guys.
Oh, so I can like stream to you, but it's like, yeah.
Oh yeah.
What if both teams agree?
Then it should be
So
fine.
I had to fill a form like before like sign-ups closed. So
Alright, yeah, he could always just stream on Discord.
right, they finished. It is actually a reverse
We
sweep.
finish.
It was a reverse
Oh.
sweep.
Reverse sweep. Oh
Lord.
god.
Got
They
20.
did all
They're
that
coming.
for some
They're
reason
coming
as well.
out hot. It's crazy.
They're what? They're what in our heart?
They're coming out hot, he said.
Oh,
What did you think I said?
they're coming in our hearts.
Oh, okay.
I heard that. To be fair, I heard the same thing.
Okay, should we lock in, guys? Should we get in the VC?
Yeah, I might need to migrate back.
Time
Bye,
to lock in.
stream.
Good luck streaming, Xantix. I hope your stream goes well. Your first ever stream.
Thank you.
Alright,
See you later,
Good luck in the
boys.
game.
thanks.
Yeah, good luck, Ethan.
Bye.
So am I allowed to join the lobby then, or are you just
No.
put the screenshot? Ah, okay, so what, I'll be watching through your screenshot through the stream.
Yeah. It'll be like through the screen share. I think the stream's delayed
Okay.
like 10 or 15 seconds anyway.
Okay, yeah, that would be pretty bad to watch through.
I mean, it makes sense that it's delayed. It'd be an issue if it wasn't.
How has the team looked today? Have they been playing good? Like,
Yeah.
has Ethan been looking better than me? That's. Am I getting replaced?
I think the jury's still out on that.
Oh no. Wait, is that good or bad? I'm not too familiar with law.
Well, it just means that like
Being decided.
it's like not clear either way.
Okay. Hopefully I don't get replaced. That'll be really bad.
Your case is pending.
What teams have we played against thus far?
Played against a Belgian team called Helha. It's University College of Louvain, and then a Hungarian team called L Team Iot Voslerand. Beat them in game 5. played Loughborough, lost 3-0, and then beat Birmingham B 3-0.
Okay.
And then,
That's pretty.
yeah, then the series now is against 20.
Wait, what team is that?
It's a Dutch team. It's
Oh,
hard to
okay.
tell like how good they are.
Yeah, because the only teams I know from like the ones you mentioned were Loughborough, which I mean Loughborough are really strong. What are they like? They're like top 10 NSC, aren't they?
Yeah, they were
So
top 8 last season.
yeah, so it's obviously going to be a tough. Like it's a winnable series, but it's obviously like we're not the favorites for that. I think we're the favorites for Birmingham B.
Yeah. Looks like everyone's in. Game 1 can start. Manchester in the blue, 20 in the orange. Just need to make sure the overlay is the right way around. No, it isn't. Need to swap it around. There we go. Wait, why is it not doing it? Okay, it looks like it's done now. Couple of early shots for 20. It's just ball's kind of just stuck in a corner, but Magic good pass to Ethan's one-on-one with VD Hoofed, who's trying to make sure it's hoofed away from goal.
See, where did the
But it's not really clear which way this game's going to go. 20 trying to get another shot on, but this time saved by Jakey as VD hoofed again, but forced to Amlocks. That's makes this narrowly off target anyway, but Magic still wanted to make the clearance, just make sure that there's like no danger of a follow-up. Goes into corner from Ethan. Jakey's there to follow up. It's a 2 players commit to a save from 20. Easily Manchester's best chance so far in this first game. If you can get a couple more of them, then maybe one of them might actually go in.
Yeah, I mean, I think Manchester's had like the majority of the possession this game. Like, even like all the shots I think the other team has gotten have like been like relatively like non-threatening for the most part. And we've had like 1 or 2 good opportunities. I think this is looking solid for us.
Yeah, there's still a lot of Rocket left to be played. There's a demo against Ethan. Last player back, but Jakey's still able to make the touch and get a shot on, but I think Camelocks had that covered all the way. But they're looking to come for us again, but there's no one there to get on the end of it. I think Ethan was demoed again. Kind of have to feel for him at this point. It's like it's been demoed twice in a space of about 30 seconds. But it's another shot, this time from Magic, saved by Dedge. And now Magic, that's a nice first touch, but shut down by Hoofed. Still neither side able to get the ball over the line, but this time it's all to Magic, but shots wide. I mean, maybe it's not the easiest chance. Angle wasn't exactly his favour, but now 20 going down for it. All 3 players are committed. Maybe a chance for Manchester to get something on the counter-attack, but the pass from Jakey doesn't really find any of his teammates. Now a chance for 20! As I think it's Jakey and Ethan, a combination of them making a save, and again they come forwards. This time Jakey making a challenge. Still the ball not completely away, but this time Ethan makes sure that the danger has been dealt with, but still ball is in their half. Yeah, still 0-0. Both teams have come fairly close to scoring, but just nothing quite happened yet. I think Jake is being manhandled by either Jake or Ethan, being absolutely manhandled by one of the 20 players a few seconds earlier. Could set up for Ethan though. It's a great save by Hoofed, and here he is trying to get the goal for 20.
okay.
I mean, they've just had like the entire demo game covered. I think their demos have just been way more than ours. Sooner or later, that's going to catch us out of position.
Yeah. And 20 trying to get another one, but Jakey making a save. Magic just not quite able to get there. And there's no fault from Ethan either. This time it does happen. And a bit of time for Magic to do something, but no boost. And Dej could take the ball from him. Shot by Amlocks, and now Hoofed, it's off target, thankfully. Last minute, can Manchester get a goal? It will be needed to force overtime. Off the it's in from Ethan.
For a shot.
Thought it was going to go off for bar and out and then need to have to go again, but instead, just straight in from Ethan. You have to say, Manchester needed that goal. They went 1-0 down, I'd say, against a run of play. I mean, they definitely needed that. There's a demo on the back lines, but such a crucial challenge from Amalocks on Jakey. And Magic playing the back pass. You have to say, Manchester have done well with those back passes. There's dunk from Ethan, but Dej hooks it off the line. Keeping 20 alive a little bit is an own goal.
What an angle! I think that was going straight in.
It's hard to say. I think it's just like, I know it might have done, but
Oh, still a phenomenal touch by Jakey, nonetheless.
yeah, and can just see out this last 10 seconds. Then they win the first game, and it is a best of 5 from this stage, and that's a third goal. It comes from Magic. That's all 3 Manchester players getting a goal. Things you love to see. I think that might have just wrapped up the first game. As that confirms it, Manchester have won the first game. They did have a couple of nervy moments. Of course, 20 getting that goal straight for a counter-attack, but you have to say, Manchester, they responded so well to that. Really ramped up the pressure. Put 20 in their own half for pretty much straight after they scored that goal. And if they can carry that on, then you'd fancy them to win the series.
Yeah, they had some really good pressure for that whole game. Hopefully they can continue that once I go into the second.
Yeah, and Manchester lucky to pick up where they left off, but maybe you just weren't expecting a miss from, I think it was Hoofed there. Bit of a weird name, I have to say. Not the easiest to pronounce, that's for sure. As Magic takes to the skies, maybe a chance, looking to go under one, but Hoofed is back to make the save. As it drops down from Ethan, and fairly simple ball for Dej to deal with. Comes back to him, but Magic putting in the challenge. And 20 struggling to get out of their own half. It's Jakey off a corner. Maybe Ethan didn't need to go for that. But gets bumped. Sets up for Magic. Off the post. Off both posts. Is there a follow-up? No! How has that not gone in?
Oh my.
That is crazy.
That chance was as clear as day right there.
It was a touch, but just not the right way.
They get it back anyway, nice. Good push by Jakey, just capitalise on that demo.
Yeah, it looked like I missed a goal from Manchester. It looked like it's Jakey who scored it. As it drops down. As it's middle. No one's there to meet it though. There's Dej contested, looking to play the pass, but Ethan really strong challenge up in there. So important they got the right touch there. Otherwise it could have quite realistically been a goal for 20. Instead goes into a corner. Jakey playing into middle. Dej not the greatest touch. Jakey pounces on it, looking to play the pass down. Does find Ethan back into the middle. Magic going up for it off the backboard, and Ethan back out to a corner. And Manchester do a good job of keeping possession there. Looked like there was going to be a touch from 20 to take it away from them, but instead, is that an own goal? No, it's just gone wide. Much to the relief of Jakey. That won't have been the first in goal that we've seen this evening. As Ethan off a crossbar, it sets up, but Jakey opts not to go. Not sure about the, maybe just didn't want to leave the net open, but I think there was a player behind him. So I think there were small moments where it'd have been right for him to go. And with 20 straight on the counter attack, get the equaliser. It's hoofed. It's a nice first touch. Challenge from Magic was not quite there. And in the end, it's Amalok's to finish it off. And 20 level in the second game. But still finding a way through it.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I mean,
This 50 by Magic center was so good.
yeah, you have to say, some real goal math scramble there. Not the prettiest goal you'll see, not by a long shot, but they all count. That's the most important thing. But 20 level again. There's just Ethan just choosing not to go, and a lack of challenge allowed the ball to find its way to Amalok's, and 20 level again in the second game. This time Ethan does go, it's on target, but I think Dej saw that all the way. Now I'm getting players confused with teams. It's not exactly going well, but Manchester will be hoping that this attack goes well. They are forced to play it back into their own half. Jakey has a very, very slight touch from him. As now Dej, it's a demo. It's on the face of goal. Ethan, what a great touch that was. Not only to stop it from going in, but to also get it out towards the other side and away from danger. I mean, that sort of touch is not easy to make. It's so easy to get the wrong, especially in these sort of situations. That's Amalok's getting his hat-trick, and now 20 are in front.
Ethan will be kicking himself about that touch. He knows he should have that. Just unfortunately it didn't come through there.
No, and it looks like Manchester find themselves back in that same situation they were in the previous game, needing a goal to force overtime. And Manchester, all their series have either been a sweep or gone to game 5, nothing in between. There's still 30 seconds left as Jakey's completely missed, and Ethan got beat to it by Hoofed, and now Magic starting to battle. Both of them get stuck inside his own goal. Now Jakey is able to find a way out. Ethan help it on. Jakey trying to get on the end of it. Indeed he does. Finds a pass to Magic, but it's saved by Amalok's. Ethan forced to track back. Just tried to get a touch back away from danger, but straight to Hoofed. That could finish the game off. Looks like 20 will take the second game unless Manchester can come up with something truly special inside the last 8 seconds or so. Straight down, 0 seconds. That means 20 have won the second game. So it's 1-1 versus, it looks like it's a duplicate login, which it's typical Rocket League, isn't it? But I don't know how they haven't fixed it yet. Either devs really need to up their game, I can't lie.
There's always some sort of bug when a new update comes out.
As start of game 3 now. As straight to the middle. As Magic gets there, but needs a touch. Not sure which one of the 20 players got there, but brilliant defensive play from them. Whichever one it was. Now Jakey shot on target. Even it's saved by Hoofed, but Magic back in. And Jakey is on the line. Seen quite a few of those. Well, the shot's going in anyway. And their player just taps it on the line just to get the goal credited to them. But even getting a shot saved by Hoofed. And now Jakey playing the pass to Magic. Is it enough? He gets a second touch!
Oh my god!
What a passing play.
It really is.
I mean-
on rotation back as well. Really is impressive to get the touch spot on. And can Manchester get even more in terms of goals? They've already got 2 inside 40 seconds. Ethan is forced to make the save as Dej looking to play it back to all his teammates, but Ethan making sure it doesn't reach him. And now Magic doesn't really go anywhere though. And again, he's involved in the defensive side of things. I think it's becoming increasingly important in Rocket League for players to be well-rounded, to not only be good at scoring goals, creating chances, but also making saves as well, and also being in the right place to stop the passes coming in, to stop the shots going in. I think that's something that's one of the key changes in Rocket League over the years, as players needing to be more well-rounded, to be competent at all aspects of the game. Off a crossbar from Unlocks again, off a crossbar again. I think that one was from Jakey. And now Ethan does get a touch away, but Amelox takes it high. Jakey tries to get the challenge, and now Magic sends it down, but Dej comes back to him. Now Jakey 50 against Amelox, but Amelox comes out on top, gets a shot on, but saved by Magic. And 2 minutes have passed now. 20. They haven't really scored, but like they have stabilised after those 2 goals that they conceded off the backboard. Jakey does make the clearance and gets it ahead of Amelox, and it's off the wall from Ethan. Magic helps it on as Amelox doesn't make the touch, but Dej was there behind him. And now Jakey into middle, but there isn't a Manchester player there to follow up. And looks like they are going back to the drawing board. There's a team bump between Dej and Amelox. It could set up. Ethan does find the tight angle. That's 3-0 for Manchester. And they do look to be in good shape to winning this 3rd game. But can 20 answer back for him? There isn't a 20 player there to make good on the pass, and now they've all overcommitted, but he did turn in time. And I think when you're 3 goals up, it's sort of that weird situation. Do you push for more goals, or do you just try and defend what you have? Like Manchester are the slightly better team, so the decision will be a little easier for them.
If you're Manchester here, you do want to look for more goals. Getting like complacent, thinking, "Oh, I have 3 goals. Let's sit back on defense." Is just the easiest way to concede. You know, the best offense is a good defense, as Magic has shown here with a great shot.
Yeah, that's 4-0 for Manchester in game 3. It's Magic touch against his own backboard. Can't quite find the second one. I mean, the technique is quite difficult on that one. Even make it save off the line. And a bit more than a minute to go now. I think 20's hopes of getting something from game 3 are fading quickly. I'm not saying this game for us would just yet, but just need to hold on those few more seconds. I mean, I don't know what sort of inquest there would be if Manchester were to throw away this 4-goal lead with less than a minute to go. I don't want to tempt fate, but just going to hope that there's nothing too uncomfortable that happens in these last 40 seconds, and that the game just quietens down, that there isn't too much more goal-mouth action. Maybe if Manchester get a 5th, but 30 seconds left, maybe there is a chance for them, as ball is loose into midfield, but challenge from Hoofed on Ethan could lead to something from 20, but Jakey got the touch spot on. Not only to keep the ball out, but to also get it away from over 20 players, and Magic! That's goal number 5, so that's his hat-trick. that's definitely not his first hat-trick of the night. And again, right place, right time, and the finish of... How about the finish? Top corner. You love to see it.
And that's Magic's shots I was talking about earlier. Once he can get that time, he'll place his shots, and when he gets his shots going, it's hard for the other team to do much about it.
Yeah, just last second or so to play out now. As that ball hits the ground, that's Manchester 2-1 up in the series. And looking to go to within one series of the main event. Of course, they do have to win the next game if they want to do that. But you have to say, it is looking good for them against Twente. And just a reminder, Warwick awaits the winner of this series. A very formidable opponent, if I must say so myself. But can't get ahead of ourselves, like I said. Still got game 4 to navigate. And I've noticed that on kickoff, Manchester do go for a double kickoff a couple of times, but they didn't do it this time. This time they have to make a save. It's Jakey saved a shot from Amalox inside the first 10 seconds. As 20 looking to pile on the pressure, but Magic, very nice touch. Off the wall, looking to carry on, off the backboard, and the touches are there, but Jakey is. That's Manchester's first goal, and cover beyond their way to a qualification match against Warwick. Looks like they want to get more than just one goal, which I would definitely agree with sentiment, as sets up for Jakey, but Hoofed got the 50. And now Ethan off the wall does read the touch. It's off the ceiling again, but strong clearance away. I believe it was by Dej. Amlock's unable to make the read. No one back for 20. Hoofed trying to make good on the touch, but gets out muscled by Magic. That is his first goal of the second game. After a hat-trick in the previous game, his hot goal-scoring streak continues. Couple of demos from the kickoff there. That's such a third goal from Jakey. Can't lie, I thought one of the 20 players were going to make a save, but I think Jakey just came in so quickly that Hoof just wasn't expecting it. That one straight down. Edge towards the backboard. Ethan does make the touch. And 50 against Hoofed. Cuts it up for Jakey. Amlox is the last player back. He does make the clearance. It's actually a pass to Dej. Back to Amlox, back to Dej. And sets up for Hoof, but he completely misses. What would have been a brilliant team play from 20. Just screwed over by a miss from Hoofed. It goes to show Manchester do need to be wary of when 20 counter-attack. And they can't afford to be complacent, even though they do have the 3-0 lead. As a certain series in NSE last season proved.
I think I was one of them. I think I was one of the players in that game.
As 20 do get a goal back. And the Manchester players not especially pleased at that outcome, as shown by the reactions with the quick chat. It does get to a stage because it's like you can only have 16 quick chats equipped at one time, and like now that all these new ones are coming, it's like which ones do you take out and like which are new ones do you put in? Well, do you put any of the new ones in? So that's a great save by Tej. I mean, you have to say the fake from Ethan, but fortunately it doesn't really lead to anything. As it's against the backboard, Magic makes a touch, and Ethan was maybe rushed into it. So has to settle for a 50, and now Hoofed against Magic, and now Jakey's up for it. Dej has to take time, indeed he does, and Magic is right on him. Just can't quite get the demo, but forces him into giving the ball away, and that could open things up for Jakey. It's on target, but saved by Hoofed. And 20 trying to generate something on the counter attack, but Jakey shuts it down. He's got no Buso. And now Dej getting a shot. Where's the defense? Looked like Magic and Ethan both should have been in a position to make the save, but it's like they're just neither of them. They're just like both too far back. And you talk about like back post being like the optimal rotation in defense, but maybe they just took that too literally.
Might have also been a miscommunication in rotation, possibly as well.
The goals happen now, they just gotta shrug it off. Can't let it
Yeah,
get to them now in the final minute.
Yeah, and if we can go at the other end to get a fourth, that would do nicely. As Ethan with a follow-up off the bar. Is there another foul? No, there isn't. That was a big chance. And cancer touch for Jakey. That's a nice first touch, but his flick does get challenged. Now Magic, maybe that's a bit too far to the right, so Ethan can't do anything with it. And now Amalok's looking to play the pass, but not make contact. Dej can still do something with it, but doesn't really lead to anything. And now Hoofed towards the backboard. Now Magic off the seeing. Ethan does get a follow-up, but now Hoofed against Jakey. Does actually come out on top. Now Magic trying to play time. Magic and Jakey both in the same place. Not really the ideal play to go for, but Ethan does get the clearance. As now Magic going over it off the backboard. Hoof makes a clearance off the ceiling. Jakey does read it, and it's a great save by Dej. And now Ethan, it's a good 50, looking to play the fake. As now Magic comes in for a shot, saved by Hoofed. Manchester could just take it to the ground, indeed they do. And that means they progress in the lower bracket, and they will play Warwick for a spot in the main event.
Going into the end of that game, it was looking a bit shaky, but it was solid gameplay from Manchester for the last minute, just making sure to close the series out and ending comfortably. Good to see for them going into battling Warwick.
Yeah, we talk about like Manchester waiting a long time for the series which has just finished. Like they had to wait. It must have been at least 3/4 of an hour for 20 to make their way through. But now it's Warwick who are the ones that have been waiting a long time, and Manchester are now the ones fresh off of playing a series. So maybe that could be an advantage for Manchester, perhaps.
I mean, going into a series warm is definitely a better thing. I mean, you stop playing the game for 20-30 minutes and you have to just sort of like be sitting there. It's hard to just like sort of get any good practice from free play. So, especially going off a series win where they look pretty comfortable for the most part. I think Manchester will be looking strong at the start of the series, 100%.
Yeah, and we do have to consider that Warwick will be a bit of a step up on 20 and Birmingham B. So I think Manchester have to be ready to up their game that bit more, because if they aren't careful, then Warwick could quite easily run away with it. So it's just about finding that extra gear, just like they did against Eotvos in upper round 2.
I mean, I've heard it from Jakey and Magic 1,000 times that they always feel confident going against those better teams. I mean, you go against a sort of lower level team and it's hard to predict what they're doing and you feel a bit slow and heavy playing against them. But when you need to play well and when you're playing against a team at that faster pace, it's always so much fun to sort of like try and keep up with them. I think Manchester can definitely elevate their gameplay to be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean to be fair, like Manchester have pulled off pretty big upsets in the past. They beat Birmingham in NSE. They beat Liverpool in a UL qualifier last season, so maybe there is one more upset in them. That's all we can hope for.
And you could definitely see Warwick getting overconfident. They are the team that is supposed to win on paper, but that could easily lead to that winner's tilt. You go down a goal against the quote unquote worst team, and then you're overthinking the game now.
Yeah, and that's the trouble for stronger teams. I mean, unless your name is Roehampton, of course, in which you win every series and you turn NSC into a farmers league. But yeah, I mean that's the trouble for like any. I mean, to be fair, like Hines said that even Roehampton dropped a game to Northampton's B team in NSE, so even for them, there's always a danger of an upset, which does go in Manchester's favour this time.
What seed are Warwick in NSE?
I know they reached. I know they finished top 8. I know they did reach the. I know they beat Portsmouth, so I know they are at least top 6. I don't know if they went any further than that. I I'll pull up the bracket now. Okay, they lost to Liverpool, so they finish like top 6 overall in NSE.
Okay.
And Liverpool have already qualified for UR and are guaranteed to finish at least 4th overall in NSE.
Okay.
Just need to wait for these like last couple of games to be confirmed. Also done there's like this in Twitch where you can like do predictions, where you can like bet a certain amount of like channel points on which team you think is gonna win. Like that one's up. There's about 7 minutes left if you want to put A points on.
Going into this series, what are you hoping to sort of see from Manchester? Like, what do you think they need to do to sort of like elevate their game to reach Warwick's level?
I've seen them do a lot of passing plays, and like when they come off, like when I see a lot of like plays where it's like all 3 Manchester players involved, and like those can carve open even the most stubborn of defenses. So like if it can get a few of those going, then I think they could be in good business. And also making sure that they don't overcommit and leave themselves open, because that has happened a few times where Manchester they just full send of attack, and then the opponents get the right clear, and then they have an open net and score down the other end. So I think just making sure that they don't full send or attack, and if they do, then they have to score from it. So it is.
So you're saying kind of having like a balance between good offense and good defense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they were pretty solid last game. I feel like positioning and offense is pretty solid, but there were a little bit of times where the defense was a bit all over the place. But I mean, if they keep the possession, really good passing, and Saudi get really solid defense, then they should be a pretty good team to go up against Warwick. Even if it is a bit of a step up for them, I think they could pull out something, pull up a fight, you know.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what Warwick have been doing in the time between their upper bracket match and now. I don't know if they'd have been able to get a scrim on such short notice. And even if they did, I mean, with the state of scrim sites nowadays, they'd have probably been better off just playing ranked or something.
Yeah. I mean, usually you have teams that go into private games and the 1v1 or 2v2s before their next game. Or they're just sitting free play the whole time.
Yeah. Apparently, we've just had news that Sheffield have qualified.
Ooh.
So
They
what
must
teams
have
have
beaten
qualified this
Portsmouth
far?
in the other bracket match.
What teams have qualified through uppers?
What across this qualifier or all of them?
Yeah, this qualifier.
Loughborough and Rotterdam.
Okay. I mean, it's a good sign from us that like the only team that we've lost to thus far is a team that has qualified.
Yeah, and not only that, but like they were the number 1 seed in this
Going.
set of qualifiers. I mean, granted, this is the only qualifier that Loughborough have entered, so they really pulled off a one and done in that regard.
But I mean, it speaks even more because you normally think Open Qualifier 2 is easier than number 1, and number 3 is easier than number 2. So the fact that we're playing against a team that didn't even want to do the previous ones probably shows that they're a very strong team. Not just relative to this qualifier, but relative to all qualifiers of Uni of Rocketeers.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think they'd have qualified from the first 2 at least. Like there were some very, very strong teams in the first 2 qualifiers. I mean, the third qualifier was like a bit weaker.
Well, who qualified in the third one?
It was Fontis. It was Kent, Bath, and Northampton.
Yeah, those aren't like teams that immediately sort of come to my head when I think of like the top sort of teams. I mean, obviously the first one is like Roehampton.
Yeah, they entered the second qualifier and qualified through the upper bracket, I believe.
That's to be expected.
Like they didn't enter the first qualifier.
Okay.
Yeah, it was them and Birmingham that qualified through the upper bracket as second qualifier, and it was Liverpool and Arcada going through in the lower bracket.
How have our placements been thus far in the other 3 qualifiers?
Well, we only entered the previous one. Like, all 2 didn't
Okay.
enter. But the third one, I believe we lost our lower bracket to Sheffield.
Who then qualified though?
Yeah, and lost in Game 5 to Zagreb before that. But looks
the
like the
game is
series is going to start, and the winner of this series qualifies to main event, something that Manchester have never ever done in their entire history. And to be fair, it's something that Warwick haven't done for a long, long time. Actually, that being said, I think they might have qualified for like UR Summer, I believe. Yeah, I think they did. So actually, it wasn't that long ago. But I mean, from an outsider's perspective at least, Manchester are the underdogs in this series. It's going to take something quite special for them to beat Warwick. So it bounces off the ceiling. Jakey does read it, it's just wide. And to be fair to him, it wasn't the easiest chance. It was bouncing very awkwardly and quite quickly as well. It's a very hard bounce to read. But it's one of those where it's like it would have been so good had it just gone in. And it could be an open net. Magically, but Ace makes a save. I thought there was a chance for Manchester to go into a lead, but instead Warwick had that shot locked down and tried to go on the counter attack, but Jakey able to meet the touch. Now Magic, maybe it's just a bit too heavy on that one. As Jakey again, the touch is too heavy for Ethan to immediately deal with it. As Sushi that one off the bar. Still 0-0. I mean, that might be slightly favouring Manchester. I mean, they might. I thought Warwick might have expected to have scored by now, but that's a great pass to Magic as Manchester take the lead in this first game. They have gone close a couple of times before that, But this time, it goes all the way. And it's their best chance so far, and they've taken it.
This time Magic just had enough boost to score that.
Warwick very nearly equalised, but Zaninio's shot crashing against the post. Now Ace looking to play the back pass. Zaninio does get there, so it drops down. Magic does get the touch away. Ace tried to halt it, but sets up for Ethan. He's completely missed. Sets up for Jakey though. Saved by Sushi. And now Ace to carry it on. Good 50 by Jakey to stop it going in. Straight down from Magic. Jakey helps it on. 0 boost, so won't be able to carry on with it. Does pick up 100 from the far left of the midfield as it goes across goal, but no Warwick players there to finish it off. And now Manchester with a counter-attack, but it's a good save. And now it's a decent 50 against Zaninio as Sushi. It drops down off the post as Ace just flailing, hoping to get contact, just not quite able to. And Jakey is the last player back. Good 50 against Ace. And now Ethan's strong clearance. Getting there ahead of Sushi as well. Picks up the boost. Zaninio carrying on. Jakey had to challenge on 0. Magic also on 0 boost. I think Warwick like about 10 seconds ago stole an awful lot of 100 boosts, which has really hurt Manchester. At least they haven't conceded from it, but it's really stopped them from going forwards. As Jakey out towards the midfield, but Ace able to pick it up on the wall. So it goes middle. Jakey gets a challenge off the backboard. All 3 Manchester players went for that. I'm not sure if it's just nerves, them never being at this stage before, but they can't afford to do that, and maybe they can consider themselves lucky that they got away with that. As Zaninio has a free hit towards a corner, as Sushi into middle, but neither of his teammates are there. As Ace pass to Zaninio, Magic makes a save. Ethan also committed as Sushi saved by Ethan, but Warwick still have a ball in the Manchester half. Zaninio has a flip reset. Jakey makes a save off the backboard. Ethan trying to get the clearance off the corner, and Magic is blocked by Sushi. Manchester still can't get out. Jakey on 0 boost, just about does enough. And now Ethan doesn't find Jakey, but now Sushi. Good hit by Magic, and now it's a very good challenge. The pressure finally relieved. Can Manchester get a chance of their own? Magic go for a double. Couldn't quite read it. Now Sushi just getting there ahead of Ethan and Jakey, but comes back to Magic. Jakey maybe could get the drop down, but Zaninio was just there ahead of him. Last couple of seconds, Manchester will be looking to hold on. As now Sushi into a corner, as the bounce needs to be read. Indeed it is, by Jakey. Zaninio looking to keep it alive. Ace off the wall, and now Magic off the backboard, straight down, and again for 50. Goes to finish it off, and Manchester win the first game.
Amazing. There's some really solid defense there. I feel like even with 0 boost, they're able to capitalize on those 50s in the corner, which saved them a lot from conceding a goal.
Yeah, I mean the stats tell the whole story. Manchester having 3 shots, Warwick having 8. I mean, as far as the stats are concerned, you could say this first game is a bit of a smash and grab, but I mean full credit. I mean absolutely excellent defence from Manchester. I mean Warwick will be wondering just how they didn't score from all these chances they had, but I mean like I said, it's just testament to how well that Manchester been able to defend in this first game. And who knows, I mean, they've still got a long way to go. They've still got at least 2 more games, and we'll be wondering whether Warwick can step up that bit more, and if they do, will Manchester be ready for it?
Yeah, hopefully this game should give them some momentum into the next game, and probably hopefully settle their nerves.
Well, I was told that on the stream I wasn't showing the game. Now I am, so Just need to change the score. There we go. It looks like we are showing the game now.
Was that whole last game not streamed?
No.
Oh god, no.
Scripted game, scripted game.
Scripted.
It's an own goal.
no!
Probably the worst time to go back onto. Probably the worst time to show the game. I can't lie.
That is what it is.
To be fair, it's taken Warwick that long to get their first goal of the series, so it is at
Whole
least a
game.
good sign there. But it is a second goal for them. There's a demo on, not sure who it was, but
Demo on Magic and then a bump on Jakey as well.
yeah. So Sushi looking for a pass. Oh, it actually comes back to him as it's into a corner. Magic. That's a good first touch. Can he go any further with it? As now Ethan got there ahead of Ace. But Sushi a lot of time and space to work with. Bangs it onto a wall. Now it's off the backboard. Jakey completely misses, but Zanini wasn't expecting it. I think the key thing for Manchester is after conceding those 2 quick goals, they need to stabilise. They need to make sure that they don't concede anymore. I think as there is a team bump, it could open up, but Magic has been bumped by Sushi, and now it could set up for Ethan, but Sushi able to get there, and he puts it all the way in. That's 3-0 for Warwick. Maybe Warwick has started to show what they truly are capable of, and now it's up to Manchester to react to Warwick finding that extra gear.
I think what we're seeing from Manchester is they're trying to play fast to keep up with Warwick, but they're losing sight of trying to slow down the play, keep control of the ball instead of just like booming it to their opponents. This good opportunity.
Yeah, but it's the second touch from Jakey, not quite what he would have wanted. It's not an easy read, but it's a good shot. Saved by Zaninho. And now here he is, but that one way wide. Can't even find a teammate. But I think the key thing for Manchester is to make sure that Warwick don't get any more goals. If Warwick get a 4th, then it's going to be even more difficult than what it already is. Now it's a good flick against Ace as it comes back to Jakey, but Zaninho, he just wouldn't leave the ball alone. And here he is coming onto a shot, saved by Magic. To be fair, the shot don't really have that much power behind it, as Magic does get the touch ahead of Zaninho, and now Sushi, it drops down. Ace not quite able to get there, and now it's Zaninho taking the touch. Decent touch by Ethan. It's a good 50 towards the left hand wall, but Magic not quite able to make the touch. Jakey does help it on, but Ethan gets beaten to it. Now Sushi onto the backboard. Magic does get the touch. Jakey follows up, and now Ethan able to get there. Maybe a chance, but Ace had it covered, and Jakey forced to give the ball away. As at least Manchester haven't conceded a 4th yet. Maybe have a chance of a counter-attack off a post and in.
Your goal.
Your goal?
Yeah, I think
Pretty
it
sure
was. Yeah, it came off a post, and we didn't get to see the very end of it, but yeah, I think it's bounced off a post and then an own goal. I'm quite surprised, considering that they were 3 goals up. Wasn't really any real pressure on them. You thought they wouldn't have been that nervous, but I guess maybe with a place in a main event on the line, then maybe that could be a contributing factor for the lack of composure there. As that one for backboard, Ace does go up for it, doesn't make contact. Maybe a chance for a counter-attack from Manchester, but Ethan very little boost to work with. And now Magic. Jakey getting a touch. Very nice cut in rotation from him. as Magic getting it further forwards. Jakey off a corner, but Sushi strong clearance away. Ethan all on his own, does make the touch out to a corner, but Ace is there. Now Jakey off a corner. It's Magic looking to play it away. Indeed he does. Ace is the last player back. He doesn't get there. He does wait for the bounce. Does make contact. Just 30 seconds left. Manchester still needing at least 2 goals just to force overtime. They haven't really looked like getting any more. They have come reasonably close, but Warwick's defence hasn't really been worked that hard, apart from that own goal. But maybe a chance. 10 seconds left. Not the greatest 50 from Ace, and it does go in from Ethan. 9 seconds left. You never know.
Comeback is always possible from this position. Double kickoff.
Yeah, Manchester have done that quite a bit. As Sushi does enable
For a
Field, keep it
counter.
up. It could have bitten him in the backside. As Magic!
Oh! No way!
So unfortunate.
That is devastating.
I guess he is rewarded for his efforts of doing the right thing, arguably, and keeping the ball up on 0 seconds. I'm not sure if it's like the unwritten, like rule, I'm not sure if it's rule 1 or rule 0 or rule 2, whatever it is. It's like whatever it is. Well, the unwritten rules of Rocket League, keeping the ball up on 0 seconds.
Looks like Magic is going to take a minute break to kind of reset his mentality, possibly, into the next game. And he just messaged he's bored. Never mind.
To be fair, we do see some of those shenanigans. We're like trying to maybe they're just trying to get inside Warwick's head. Maybe
It is
playing
tactical,
the
you never
mind
know.
games.
Yeah. Trying to slow down that momentum. Hopefully I can see some more demos coming from Manchester in the next game. Could open up some more opportunities for them to score, possibly.
Yeah, but
Which I didn't see much.
Jakey 1-on-1 gets a fake off the post. It's unlucky. That would have been quite a fast start to game 3. Instead, it's now Warwick who have a chance, but Jakey cuts it out. But still, it's Warwick. But Magic able to shut it down. And here he is, looking to try and get 50. He does, but Zaninio's up, looking to get a second touch. Jakey's just a little bit too late to that challenge to get anything on it. And now, Sushi challenge off a wall, but it doesn't lead to anything. Still trying to hold the ball up for Zaninio to get onto it, but it's a block. I think it's a combination of Magic and Jakey made the block, but Warwick still maybe a chance of them. Sits off a wall. Zaninio going up for it, does get the touch. It falls to Sushi. It's a rather weak touch. Is intercepted off the backboard. Zaninio does make the clearance and gets it over Magic. But Jakey does pick up the pieces, looking to play it middle, but Sushi was there on the front post to make the block. Now Magic, good charge against Zaninio, looking to play the back pass. Jakey gets it ahead of him, but no one there to follow up. And Ace has a good amount of time to make the clearance. Gets it ahead of Magic. Now Ethan, he got the clearance right. It was so important what he did. And now it's a good 50 by Magic. Drops down. Sushi makes a touch. Now Ace looking to play the pass. Zaninio, it is blocked. And now Jakey plays a 50 against Sushi. As it's a bit of a loose ball. Magic gets a second touch. And Ace gets bumped into it. As Ethan with the dunk into a corner, but Sushi was ready for it. It's onto a backboard. It's Jakey. The play time gets it ahead of Sushi, but Ace was behind him. I think it's just both these teams they're just looking to play not to concede rather than to score. Like whenever they have Whenever there's a player going, they always have a player quite close behind to follow up. Like here, Magic unfortunately doesn't quite get there, but you could kind of see the principle, the philosophies of both teams' style of play of having someone quick to follow up on the second ball. As we do get a ball downfield, it's off the backboard, and Ethan 50 against Ace, Magic right behind him to make the save. Magic won't let it go, as Ethan makes a save this time. Good 50 against Ace. Now Magic, the bounce is not in his favour, but it is in Jakey's favour!
What a shot. Some great passing plays, that's what we love to see.
It just feels like Manchester's had that time to breathe. The second game, they were just like completely smothered in defense, but we're seeing them creep out into offense, and when they can, they are making those moments count.
Oh
That's
my!
Talking about making moments count, Jakey with the
You
goal.
just said that. Calling it into existence, huh?
What a great double tap, nice.
Really good read that.
Yeah, it's 2-0 up, and it's a good fake against Sushi. I'm just calling it a fake for the sake of it. As Ininu loses it as last man, but Sushi is right behind him, able to get back just in time. And now Ace gets beaten to it, and Warwick, they don't know what's hit them. As Manchester, those two quick-fire goals, they've turned the game on its head. And now Ethan, double commit with Jakey, it doesn't really harm them. Maybe the double commit works to their favour. As now Ace, not the greatest touch, does find its way to Zininho. Now Jakey off the backboard, Ace does get there. And Ethan not able to make the touch. Looking for a pass, but he completely misses. Sushi doesn't have it covered.
Ooh.
Ethan follows up, but it's free.
Oh!
I
Looks
don't
like
know
they're kind of
what's
panicking here.
happening.
Yeah, it looks like Warwick is kind of panicking in this situation.
Yes, less than a minute left. Warwick find themselves in a very unfamiliar situation. They weren't expecting to be 3 goals down at any point in this series. As it's off the backboard, Sushi does get the touch, but doesn't really go anywhere because Magic is there to meet it. Now it's off the backboard. Jakey does get the read. Sushi completely misses. And Manchester really growing in confidence. All they started to believe that they can cause an upset, that they can write another chapter in the history books. I mean, Upper Division 1 for the very first time in their history. Could they add UR main event to that list, despite Sushi getting a goal in 0 seconds? But even so, Manchester 2-1 up in the series.
I think Manchester just need to close it out this series. If it goes game 5, then I think the nerves will start to get to them quite a bit. But I think if they can finish it out here, if they get the first goal, then it will be in their favour. Warwick will probably start panicking, as we saw, and going to the end of last game where they were making whiffs that they probably should have been getting.
Yeah, I think I mean, it's probably going to be stated time and time and time again. It's just composure. It's composure, composure, composure for this 4th game. If it goes to game 5, you'd fancy Warwick to win it. So Manchester have to strike while the iron is hot and cannot get ahead of themselves. They haven't qualified just yet. They could be just 1 game away from doing so. Ace has completely missed. Is that a sign of Warwick losing their heads early on? Fortunately for them, they didn't concede from it. And now, Magic. Sushi's missed as well. Ace into middle. Zininho gets a goal for Warwick. And despite those couple of mishaps, Warwick do find a way to get a goal.
I feel like Ethan there was just trying to get a demo, but he just couldn't, find the little demo there to give them opportunity.
Yeah, it's into middle. Magic goes up for it, but Ace gets a touch. Ethan goes up for it. Pass to Jakey, but it's just behind him. He's forced to track back, and Sushi takes the ball away. Now Magic, good dribble against Ace. Help back onto Magic, onto a corner, but Zaininho, good touch away. Now Ethan drops it down. And Magic is there in support, as it bounces off the backboard. Now Magic, decent first touch. Ace is able to get the better of him though, and now it's off the backboard. Manchester for a bit of time. This Magic does get 50, and now Zaininho doesn't get there. And again, Manchester having more time than what I thought they would do. Warwick could just not getting their shots away. Not quite sure why that is. Again, thought Zaininho would have a second touch, but again, it's just not quite there. As drops down, Ace does get the strong clearance away. Sushi not able to get there, but Zaininho off the backboard. Ace choosing to hang back as gets her ahead of Jakey. Now Magic, last player back, does get a decent touch, but Sushi looking for a pass, and all his teammates are there. Jakey hunting for demos, does get the boost, and now Ethan off the backboard, but Sushi able to carry it away off the backboard, and now Zaininho shot on, saved by Jakey, as it's another challenge, drops down, Sushi, good 50, it could be in!
That's gone straight in.
Oh, that's a shame.
But I mean, we're seeing that pressure from Warwick mount up. I mean, Jakey could have beaten him to that, but he was just boost off for so long that Sushi managed to get that good 50.
Yeah, and either committed just missed. Could leave Manchester open at the back. It's off the backboard. Jakey does get back though. Makes a touch, bit of an air dribble. And now Ethan just lumps it forwards, but Sushi pre-jumps that. And now Ace pre-jumping the pass. Look. Oh, Warwick getting their act together. As Ace towards the backboard, but Jakey does get the touch. And Sushi off the bar and in.
It's looking to be a similar story as the game 2. They're 3 goals up again. We were so close to making the comeback, just a second off. Hopefully we can find it this game.
Hey, there's 2 minutes
And
left.
that's
Oh,
a
as I was
great
about to say, there is 2 minutes left. They still have the possibility of making a comeback.
Yeah, that's one back. Just need two
Two
more.
more. Yeah.
Not if that, but they need to prevent Warwick from scoring another one. I think that would be the most important thing. Ace does get the second touch. Warwick do get another one.
You had to call it, didn't you?
But I mean, that's been the story of this game. When we go into offense, we can show what we've done, but when we're in defense, we're looking scared. We're not ready to challenge balls that we need to have challenged.
So.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the game is not over yet. We have to keep that in mind. We can't lose perspective of the game at hand. As Magic does get a good challenge. Not much boost to work with. Jake is already gone, but it finds its way to Ethan!
Oh my.
That's the team plays we were talking about earlier. Getting those infield passes is so useful, finding those sneaky little shots.
And Jakey misses though. Does fall to Magic. Zaininho does get a pinch against the wall, doesn't really go very far. But it's a loose ball. Ace pounces on it, and Jakey putting in the challenge. Ace out towards the wall. Forced to Zaininho, but it's a loose ball. And Ethan trying to get him into it. Magic into middle, but Sushi read it. And Now, Jakey hoping for a pack pass, but no one's there.
I think Jakey kind of set them up there for a counter attack. Unlucky.
Potentially a right touch, but just at the wrong time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You couldn't have gotten there.
Yeah, all three Manchester players clumped up in that corner. It's
Oh,
very
Lobby was
hard
in
for
that
them to
corner.
do anything in that situation. As little over 30 seconds left now. Guess maybe we just need to accept their fate in Game 4 and just put every last ounce of energy into a monumental, generational performance in Game 5. That is what they need. As about 10 seconds left now. Doesn't look like a goal will be happening in these last few seconds. Although, it's off a bar and in!
Yeah, I
It's
wonder
not
what
looking-
their team communications sounded like at this time. Probably looking to just reset mentally for the next game.
Yeah, and looks like the ball will hit the ground. For our requests from the chat for Champions Field in Game 5, not sure where those will be honoured. It's up to the players in the lobby where they want to go ahead with that. I'm not sure if changing the pitch, changing a stadium, will have any effect on the team's performance. I doubt it. And we are going to be staying on, I
mean,
believe
some of
this
the
is
maps do
Manfield.
have slightly different physics in terms of the corner bounces, actually. So maybe that could have been the change Manchester wanted.
Yeah, perhaps. I think I might have saw something about that, but I think Champions Field and like a lot of all the standard maps are all the same. But it's like, yeah, some of them, like the newer ones, are different. Don't know if they
Yeah.
fixed that yet.
No, in Rocket League, probably haven't.
Ooh.
So close. But I mean, that's what happens. You put in a 2v1 position and it's so hard to get the save. You're just forced to jump high and they go low.
Especially when you have another enemy opponent trying to demo you as well at the same time. Can be pretty difficult to save it.
Yeah. And yeah, it's no one challenging. As Magic does get the read on backboard. Sushi completely misses. As Zaini, all he could do is play it to the side. Now, Jakey, that's a decent 50. So it sets up for Magic. Ethan's up there with him. Maybe doesn't need him, but just goes out to the side on the follow-up. It's now Ethan. Jakey goes up as well. Manchester, they can't afford to get desperate. I know we took an absolute pasting in Game 4, but they can't afford to full send. It's like if they full send against Warwick, they will almost definitely concede.
They're losing sight of where each other are now. They're trying to just get a goal as fast as they can, but they need to take their time. They have it. They have so much time left on the match.
Yeah. Ethan has a bit of time though. Gets over Zaninho, but Ace is there behind him. Now Magic. Decent first touch, but Sushi out towards the wall. Bounces high. Zaninho is on it. Good 50 from Ethan. Looking to play the pass. Magic is up! But so is Sushi. Comes back to Jakey. He's in reverse. And now Jakey again. This time off the backboard. Zaninho has it covered. And Ethan into middle. Jakey's there!
Pass!
Oh! There we go.
That's exactly what we needed to see.
They keep pulling that off.
That's
Finding
a
the
good
passes
dunk from
too-
Ethan. Sushi takes to the skies. Not much boost. Again, Magic's on 0 as well. Does get a touch away, but straight to Ace. There's a demo of a back lines from Zaninho. To Sushi off a bar.
Off the drop!
Big let off for Manchester. But it comes back to Ace. Still floating high there. Jakey on 0. Still makes a save. has to challenge Ace. Still he's on 0. Magic and Ethan both going. And bit of a let off as Inu hangs back. But no one back!
Oh,
And we're just panicking on our 50s. Jakey has the time there, but he just sends the ball into Zanino instead of taking his time and making sure to get that solid 50.
No.
I think I did see some mishap on the rotation there at the end of that defense.
Yeah, I think as Ethan grabbing the boost on
Mid
mid-right.
boost.
I get that they were starved on that play, but it's like you need you just need to be ball over boost, not boost over ball.
Exactly. And even if you take 1 or 2 pass, that could be enough to just save that one goal that you don't want them to score.
Yeah, but Magic on the ball, but a second which is wide. It's not quite going Manchester's way so far. Still, a minute and 40 to play. A little bit more than that. And now Zanino taking time, takes to a wall. Magic tried to challenge, but again he has 0 boost. Finds its way to Ace off a post. And Sushi follow up, saved by Jakey.
What a save!
But they still aren't done. Ethan not much boost. And now Jakey getting bumped. As Magic does make the touch. Ethan very little boost to work with. Loses a ball to Sushi. This time he does have 150 against Ace. There's another challenge coming in. And Sushi's up for it. And gets her home Magic, but Ethan hooks it
What a
off the
save.
line. Manchester at least prevent the lead from being bigger. And now Jakey out to Magic. Can't get the second touch. Still on 0 boost. Manchester, we need to be very careful because they seem to be lacking boost for such a long time now. They just need that one big clearance away. They don't just need like a light touch away, they need a big clearance like that from Jakey. Now they could be in business.
They just need that one counter play to really, tie the score here.
Yeah, as it drops down. Magic goes up for it, but Zanini's there. Jakey's up, but Ace gets bumped. But there's no follow-up. 20 seconds left. Magic off a corner. Jakey into middle. Zanino gets there. And Magic trying to get it back into middle. Not quite enough. Now it's a team bump. It's Jakey into middle. So again off a corner. And now into middle. Magic and Ethan both hesitating. Someone needs to go. Jakey, decent challenge, but someone needs to follow up. Magic is bouncing dangerously. It's not quite there.
What a close series.
What a series. Qualifications was just on their grasp, but unlucky that they were able to win that final game.
I mean, Game 5 lost by 1 goal. It really can't get closer than that.
Yeah. I know exactly how they feel. I'll be devastated in that situation.
Yeah, it's so frustrating, especially as I'm sure they know what they could have done better looking back into the match. Just hindsight has 20/20 vision.
Indeed. I mean, let's not take anything away. This is the furthest that Manchester have ever gone in any Euro qualifier ever.
Yeah, overall, looking back on how we did, I think it's something the boys can look back up and say, hey, we did pretty well. We should be proud of how we did.
No, they played really good. From here, I would have probably, I don't know, look back at the replays, kind of understand what happened, what went wrong, and try and learn. Though I think they definitely would have learned something from these games for next time. But they played really solid overall.
Yeah. But I believe that we're now being out of SE. I believe that is Manchester's last series of the season. So I have to wait like about 3 months for NSE summer to roll around, and alumni can play in that.
I'll probably be playing in that.
But yeah, I mean, like I say, like I especially consider like qualifier 3, like being knocked out relatively early. I mean, to come back from that, to go into this qual, I mean that game 5 win against the Opvos, that
Mm,
was absolute cinema.
that was something special.
I think also for Ethan in particular, this season has been great for him, being able to perform consistently well in NSC in the upper half of Division 1, and also performing really well during this tournament in University of Rocketeers is something to say that he's still really good at this game, despite not
Especially,
on the main roster in the winter season.
yeah, especially even being a console, like it's insane. You know, it's doing all this great gameplay here. Getting pretty far into qualifiers, even if, you know, not being the most optimal setup, but still doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, like, and yeah, like you said, like Ethan having to be. I know, like he is like kind of like the dedicated sub for the first team. So it's like, so I didn't really play much last season, but now like being thrust into the first team. So he's done really well to step
Mm.
up, and also like being the Rocket League rep, I assume that like this is his last year. I assume he graduates this year.
Yeah, he does graduate.
So it would have been one hell of a last dance to had Manchester qualified, but we can't worry about that now. All we can do is look back at even though it didn't go all the way, the statistically the best run in our history. But yeah, I don't know if there'll be anything else happening between now and NSE summer. I don't assume there'll be.
Magic, I think he can play Summer University of Rocketeers, right? Ethan can
Yeah,
play.
Alumni is open. Alumni is able to play in the summer. That's how it usually is.
Yeah, alumni can play in NSE summer, so
Alumni. I don't know how to say that word to be honest.
technically I could like jump in, but
You should.
Return
That'll be
of the
funny.
King.
Caster casting his own game.
I don't know if that will work.
Alright, I think I'm gonna hop off the stream. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Good night.
No good one.
But yeah, it's just so close, so close. But there is a request to like finish your stream early. Well, I mean not early because it's like all series have been played. So yeah.
Jakey put 1,800 channel points to him winning in the poll.
I mean it is allowed to bet on yourself.
That's funny.
I rate the confidence.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate it didn't quite go our way.
It happens.
But yeah, I think it's also it's like Xantix is normally main roster, but he's not been able to play. So yeah, like I said, it's been Ethan stepping up.
Yeah, I would have played, but obviously last year of uni, it's kind of difficult to balance work with Rocket League, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like there are a lot of players from teams that had already qualified that were watching along. Don't know if the players were aware of that.
What happened to Rashiram? I heard he was going to play, but
Like basically his uni team, it's a bad. So it's like he played the first series, lost, and then I assume he just quit.
all right.
I can't find the exact, but like I found that like one of them was I had like a lower peak than me, and I have no idea about any of the others.
Yeah, I've heard of Rashiram before. He's pretty sure he's a comp clip hitter actually. Um, he's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, like his team is like a bit of a 1v3 team. I mean, to be fair, there are quite a lot of like bubble players that are at unis that just don't have a team.
Mm.
Like Growley's at LGMU, and they don't have a team. Not sure if you've heard of a player called Fuba.
Fuba. I don't know. I think I have, but I'm not sure exactly.
Like he is at Bangor, and they don't have a team.
Ah, Bangor. Right. Bangor's in Wales, right? I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in terms of like the main tournaments and that, I think that is Manchester's last series for at least 2 or 3 months.
But for now, we'll have some more in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was great push today. I mean, obviously, it would have been nice for them to go into qualifiers, but it is what it is. Put up a good fight.
I do think like the lower bracket shaped up quite nicely.
In what way?
It's like played Birmingham B in the first match of the lower bracket,
Yeah.
and then 20. But yeah, this stream has been going on for more than 5 hours.
Yeah, see, how do you even stream for that long? Oh my god.
Oh, so I cooked before, and like I ate dinner in like the first couple of
Oh
games.
yeah, I heard. What was it, curry or something?
Yeah.
Um, wait, did you start your stream when Manchester was playing their first game, or?
Yeah.
Oh, it's been 5 hours. Oh my.
Yeah, like just before that.
I'm sure they probably got tired of playing at the end of those final matches.
Yeah.
Playing for 5 hours straight is kind of tiring at times. You do lose some kind of, you know, mentality and mechanics. Personally, when I've been playing, if I play for longer than like 3 hours, I kind of get brain dead. So it's like, yeah,
I think like they did have to wait like 3/4 of an hour for one of the
yeah,
matches.
yeah. I guess so. They didn't play the whole 5 hours. Imagine if imagine if they had to play 2 series best of sevens. Oh my god.
No, I don't think the
I,
tournament organisers are that cruel.
I couldn't. I remember when I was watching RCS for the first time and they introduced that. I was like, how the hell do people have that kind of mentality to play all those games and still remain consistent?
What, like best of sets?
Yeah, best of sevens is like 2 series.
I am so glad they binned that off.
Oh, yeah. Did you watch the 1v1, the RCS 1v1?
Didn't.
Interesting. Yeah, there was some pretty good players in there actually. I'm surprised they actually released the 1v1 tournament. It's pretty cool that they've done that.
Yeah. Wait, I'm still in the lobby.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have a habit of like forgetting to leave the lobby after a series is done. Like there'll be times where like where it's like the series ends, like I go away and like hours later I'm still in the same
You're
lobby.
still in the pro again, yeah. I've had that a few times. Do you have any predictions on who's gonna win for the spring tournament?
It's hard to say. I mean, like there are a few teams that like could be considered fit. I mean, like Roehampton probably gonna be up there.
Yeah, I'm not
Uh,
surprised.
there's like a team called Dr. Boomin.
Dr. Boomin, I haven't heard of them before.
Well, except it's like slightly different because like two of their players went off to NA. Like one of
Oh,
them's still
right.
there, and then they got two players from another team.
Interesting.
And there's a team called Napoli that has a player called Sorius who's been RLCS main event.
Oh, I thought you said Georges.
Nah, Sorius.
Imagine.
And like his teammates are good as well. Like his teammates have like been D, like one of his teammates has been D3 RLCS and like
Mm.
and the other one's like well into SSL as well. So like Napoli are probably gonna be like one of the favourites to win.
Yeah, obviously, if you do have like a RLCS pro in your team, then it's a lot different. Um, I do remember, what was his name? Lion Blaze. Just dominates CRO.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting.
No, it
I believe
seems
there
there's
was
like
a.
quite a lot
What's
of
that?
NA teams have like RLCS main event players
Yeah.
on them because they just like buy them with like scholarships.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a I think it was, I forgot the name of the team, but there was a team which um they weren't actually a physical college, but there was some kind of like workaround where they were able to buy, scholarships for those players. But it wasn't an actual college, if that makes sense. I don't know how to explain it, but
Yeah, so like right Mickey Mouse Uni.
yeah, Mickey Mouse Uni, where is it located? Oh, I don't know. Bikini Bottom.
A lot of them are like very. I mean, some of them like don't even appear on the world rankings. Like that's kind of like how
Yeah.
bad they are academically.
Yeah, exactly. Um,
It's like at least we have the best of both worlds.
right, right.
I like Birmingham too as well.
Where's is Salford in this tournament?
They didn't sign up.
Oh, why am I not surprised?
Plus, it's like a lot of like the Salford players like a few years ago graduated. I think
Right,
there's only one player for our original team that's still there. It's like,
interesting.
and they are in SE. I think they're in, but they did get Division One to be fair. But it's like, I'm, they did. I
Yeah.
think they finished like 28th overall in NSE or something like that. Or it might have been like, no, I think it was like joint 36th overall in SE. So
Mm,
it's like they're kind of like a shadow of their former selves.
hmm What a name though. What is it? UOS? Is that Steal Your Crocs?
Yeah, it's Uni of
It's an
Sheffield.
interesting name. Uni of Sheffield, right? Steal Your Crocs. Interesting name.
Yeah, there's a team from Uni of Leeds called Brian Griffins.
Brian Griffins, okay. I remember there was another team called Sussy Sharks
Yeah,
or something. I can't think of any other teams which had interesting names.
I don't know, like not this year at least.
Yeah, I know those past few years there's some interesting names.
Yeah,
Was it Milkmen? Was it Manchester Milkmen? I think that was one of them.
that's still going.
That's still going.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
like
god.
the second team is called that.
Yeah, right, Manchester Milkmen, yeah. They're continuing the legacy. I do remember there was, yeah, when I played NUBL in 2023, the first team that was on was called Manchester Frenzy. Funny story behind the backstory of that was, the reason why I chose that name was I was playing RSC. Pretty sure
Yeah,
you playing that.
yeah,
Yeah, I was playing in RSC during that time. Well, the season before, I can't remember which season exactly, but there was a season which I played in. I think it was it with Ethan? It was with Ethan, I believe. I think I'm not sure exactly, but I played on that team and we got to. I think it was we got to the finals actually in rival, but unluckily, um, the date of the finals was the date when I had to go onto a field trip, so I wasn't able to um compete in the finals. So I had to play with a sub, which was funny. For some reason, my course had a field trip, a mandatory field trip before uni even started. So
that's weird.
yeah, yeah, it was a field trip to Keswick. Um, I think for a week. But the date was the same as the day as the finals, so obviously I couldn't make it to the finals. Well, it was playoffs, but they still made it to the finals with only a sub, actually, which was interesting. But yeah, I haven't played RSC in. I think I played last season, but yeah, it's just very time consuming, RSC.
Yeah. It depends. Like,
I know it's only like 2 games a week, I believe,
yeah,
but then you have to play them, right? Um, I mean, RSC is great. I just don't have the time for it, really, especially this year.
I mean, to be fair, like you can still like sign up and then like sub in as a free agent. Like,
Yeah, I guess. But then what's the point
yeah, true.
as a free agent? I can't remember what team I was last season. I think I was Forge again. Yeah. And the team that was almost made it to the final was Arctic Frenzy, but I don't think they're no longer a team, I believe.
No, uh,
Um,
I think like the stuff that happened to like Vona, like I'm not allowed to say on stream. So
no, fair enough, fair enough. But yeah.
um, I don't know, not sure what else there is to say. I think it looks like Magic is going to be Rocket League rep for next year
Mm-hmm.
because he's the only one that applied. Well, not because of that, but it's like by default.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see his what's it called? His uh
Yeah, his campaign.
campaign. Yeah, that's pretty
Mhm.
funny. It was like, who the hell is Ron?
A very cold edit type.
Yeah, very cold at it. Yeah, I couldn't even apply, I think, because next year, well, this year I'm graduating, hopefully. So
Yeah.
got my dissertation to write out, and then I'll be done.
It's a deadline on that.
Deadline was supposed to be the 4th of April, but I got an extension to the 2nd of May.
Well, it's quite a
So
big extension. Didn't know we normally
yeah, a
got
whole
one a month.
month, a whole month, which was surprising. I was expecting like 2 weeks, but they gave me a whole month for some reason. But I'll take it. Lift some weight off my shoulders because I still got another 2. I finished an assignment today. I had an assignment today. I might have pulled an all-nighter. But yeah, so I got 2 more assignments and then a dissertation to finish off, and I'll be done, which is great. I don't know how 3 years have already passed.
Yeah.
What
So-
you're into physics, right?
Yeah, I did.
No, I'm assuming that's a pretty difficult course.
Yeah. It's meant to be like one of the most difficult like across
Yeah,
basically
I could imagine. Yeah, my course is very laid back. I have not had a single in-person exam. It's all been coursework, most of it. Um, a lot of writing either way, a lot of essays. Are you coming to the social?
which one?
The one that Ethan's planning.
I don't know if has it been announced yet?
Yeah, it's in RL All Teams channel.
I can't see that
Oh, you can't see that? Bruh.
because like I'm alumni
Oh, what the hell?
and like I'm not our team because I'm alumni.
Right, so you don't get to see any of the channels for Rocket League.
But like I can see like the announcements and like the
Oh, right. But what about NSC stuff? You can't see none of that.
I can see the NSE announcements, but
Oh, I see. Okay. I'll probably message Ethan then about that. Well, it's planned to be on the 5th or the 6th of April, and he's thinking of doing either go-karting, mini golf, bowling, or laser tag. It's looking like go-karting is winning at the moment.
oh yeah,
Not sure where it's gonna be, but
I would have to get the train up there and back.
oh yeah, right. Yeah, same. I would have to get the train as well, but I commute, so I haven't stayed in accommodation. Oh, throughout these whole 3 years, I've just been commuting. Um,
I'd have to get the bus to the station and then go from station to Manchester. Probably take like
yeah,
2 hours, maybe a bit longer.
yeah, that's the same for me as well. Um, I take the bus for like half an hour and then a 1 hour train, and then by the time I get to campus, like another like 30 minutes. Yeah, so Magic is going to continue the legacy of esports for Rocket League. I'm guessing you're going to continue casting though, right? Even if you're alumni.
Yeah. Or depending like next president like allows it.
Well, I mean, it should do, right? I
Yeah.
don't think that would be an
hopefully.
issue. Yeah. It seems interesting casting to be honest.
Yeah. It's like well, it's on you and like I've heard people say like solo casting's like impossible, but like it's not
Mm,
that bad.
it's not.
It's definitely
As long
easier to
as
have like another caster with you, but it's like
yeah. I mean, I've never casted before, so I don't really know. But I have watched like Johnny Boy and then a lot who usually cast solo when they're doing the Rocket League streams with the 1v1s and all that kind of stuff, which is pretty interesting actually. That you can solo cast. I feel like it'd be kind of difficult because you just need to know what to say.
yeah,
But usually with Rocket League games, there is a whole bunch to say at times.
there's always something happening.
Exactly. Yeah.
It depends like how much you know about like
The
how much like
players.
background info on
Yeah.
like the players and the teams and all that.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm guessing you'd have to do. I'm guessing they do a bunch of like research beforehand. I guess.
Yeah. Well, you'd hope so. Well, it depends on like
Hope so.
standard.
Yeah. I mean, if they're a well-known team, then you won't have to really do that much research if you already know a bunch about them. Um, yeah, Rocket League casting seems interesting. I might get into it. I don't know.
Yeah.
How did you even get into casting? Did you
Uh,
start with Esports or
it was like I think it's close to 5 years ago now.
5 years? Oh wow.
Well, I was not very good back then.
I mean, yeah, that's to be expected, right? You didn't have the experience back then. Um, Obviously, the more you cast, the more experience you have. It'll be easier to kind of like I don't know talk, I guess.
Yeah. I think I might have to go now.
Oh, good. Alrighty.
Yeah, stream's still going. It's like 5.5 hours.
5 hours and 40 minutes almost.
Yeah, near enough.
I think you peaked at like 25, 30 views. I think was it
That's
25? I think I did see 25 at some point when we were streaming that last game. It was pretty high. That's pretty cool.
yeah.
Um,
Getting that sweet
but
sweet ad getting that sweet ad revenue.
yeah, yeah. Alrighty. Well, I'll see you another time then. It was
Yeah.
fun talking to you.
Oh,
Great,
thanks.
great games. Alrighty. Take care. Have a good one.
Oh, thanks. Bye.
Yep.
So yeah, that's 5.5 hours of streaming. It's a lot to reflect on, but I think I'll end the stream there after more than 5.5 hours. Would have been so nice to go all the way, but ultimately wasn't quite meant to be. So the stream will end here. I believe there won't be any more Rocket League action on the esports stream for at least another 2 months. Depends on if something else happens before NSC Summer, and even then it'll probably be like on my stream because it'll just be like player PV because I might play NSC Summer. So yeah, and Uni of Sheffield qualifying as well. Uh, Yeah, so we've got all 16 teams qualified. Confirmed: Loughborough, Rotterdam, Warwick and Sheffield from this one. Fontys, Kent, Bath and Northampton. And then Roehampton, Birmingham, Arcada and Liverpool. And Blumen, Lincoln, Kit and Napoli from the first one. So yeah, that is everything that we could possibly cover after 5 hours and 40 minutes. I will end the stream there. Possibly more action from the other esports that Manchester are competing in. Maybe next week. But from the Rocket League side, it will be done for quite some time.